How is it going, everybody? My name is DeMarco, and the Starfield Direct is over, and it looks absolutely amazing. It was one of the best game showcases I have seen in such a long time, and I am utterly sold on Starfield. The wait has been worth it, the patience has paid off, and Bethesda has absolutely, everybody involved, has knocked it out of the park with Starfield based on what we've seen so far. It is monumental, some of the things that are going on. And what else to do besides sit down and try to break it all down? 40 minutes of footage now in a 4-hour breakdown, complete with my thoughts, some speculation, ideas that I throw out there. If you were there for the actual live stream, thank you. I promise I usually interact with chat more, but it would have been 10 hours if I was bouncing off all those ideas. So I'm sure I missed things. If I do, let me know in the description below, things that you notice that I don't point out. But as always, sit down, do this in a couple chunks, don't do it all in one go, but I hope you enjoy. Okay, so again, this might not be for a lot of people because I am going to be picking this apart really, really slow. That's what I do with these videos when I break this stuff down, what I try to find. So do keep that in mind. That being said, let's get started. And there is room to be nitpicky. So first off, we do have updated HUD. Let's make this a little bit like that. So we do have updated HUD elements. They even showed off the new stealth system, which I thought looked better and is a lot more apparent than having it tied to the compass. We'll get into that in a little bit. But we're on the moon of Aquila. CO2 and oxygen levels, as we know, this is tied to your stamina and then your compass with a point of interest. So curious because they didn't necessarily show you directly landing on the planet at any given point. They kind of did, but kind of not really. So it's worth keeping. I wonder how far, if you know and you scan a planet and you know that this point of interest is somewhere nearby, how far is the auto landing system, since there's no seamless thing down, how far is it going to place you and how far do you have to run to get there? I'm interested to see that stuff. I loved the diversity of wildlife, and we're going to pay close attention to the wildlife in the game, the close attention to the armor as well, because the amount of armor is absolutely stellar and it looks visually incredible. So starting off here, you have these, which we've seen these guys before.
In over 25 years. But it's still a Bethesda RPG through and through, where you step into a new world and you get that feeling of unlimited possibilities. But this time, it's not just one world.
Yeah, so this time it's not just one world, it's thousands of worlds. So you can literally go wherever you want. And is that a person? Is that a person hanging out there? Or is that a weird looking tree? Again, we have flying creatures. We're going to see plenty of shots with those flying creatures as well. And then this was one of the first things I noticed down here. So do keep in mind the different planets, just if you're curious about some of the planet names. We're going to see a lot of them. Cassiopeia 4A. But interestingly too, you do have these kind of meters signaling this is radiation, obviously. I'm not 100% sure what this yellow one is. It's kind of 3 lines, three angled dashes. Not 100% what these might be, but there's different icons that will pop up, so it's possible there's a survival. The survival mode is just built right into the game, and curious if you're going to be able to tweak that experience to your liking. Cliff racers, yeah, we got cliff racers hanging around. Again, we're going to see plenty of creatures. The weather systems, here's another new one. This one looks like, well, we have water. We have wetness, I suppose. I don't know if this is dehydration per se, but this triangle as well, something different. The weather on all the planets looks absolutely incredible. Gravity. Ooh, maybe it's heavy gravity. It could be heavy gravity. That 3 dashes could be heavy gravity, potentially. That's a good guess. Heat or acid. I think there is a thermal one that we'll see later on. Here we have radiation with another symbol. which is interesting because you have this particular marker actually is animated. So if we go back just a little bit, beautiful weather effects. This one actually has these kinds of rings that close in around it. Again, the wildlife just looks great. This is what I was hoping for with Starfield, and I feel like we didn't get too much of in some of the early footage that was shown off, was just the complete alien nature of the environments and the worlds, and we got so much of that here, and I'm really happy that we did. You also have a point of interest. Now we're on Groombridge 8A. Groombridge 8A. A point of interest as well. And this marker, this may be a custom waypoint that the player put down. Or possibly a quest, if they toggle a quest.
Till now, that we had the technology to...
Yeah, once again, you have... And these, I'm assuming, these will grow and come more prevalent the closer that you get to them. So you could see one that's kind of on the bottom here. Which, if I go over, I get the YouTube pop-up. But there looks like a little flag over here. Very dark, grayed out in the distance versus this, which is bright because you're nearby. And we have the water symbol as well. Again, nailing the alien worlds. The vistas, all the skyboxes that are created look absolutely amazing. I would buy the collector's edition if it was something else other than a watch. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I understand that completely. Nighttime looks great on the moons. The visuals are fantastic, I will say. Bethesda did a good job. I know not everyone is happy with it, but they did a good job. We have a new symbol here. We're on Alkiba XB, 10B. We have a new symbol here. Maybe this represents time of day. Sort of a circle with that's half filled in on the bottom. All of this we're going to have to probably learn as we play the game. It's just uncertain what they might be at this time, and we could make our best guesses. Gravity was suggested before, but I seen something on the health bar where it was catching radiation on Fallout. Have we passed that scene? Let me know if we've passed that scene or not. We could go back and take a look.
From the rocks at your feet to the mountains in the distance, to the people.
That was a peculiar shot to me. Notice how the camera kind of tilts the way it does.
From the rocks at your feet to the mountains in the distance, to the people.
Do you see it moves? That's an interesting way that the camera moved for that shot. Not saying it's anything significant, but I do want to just look for any kind of pop-in. And this is where you see, and people won't like this. People probably will not like this comparison, but this is where you see some of the benefits of Fallout 76. Because when Todd Howard said 16 times the detail, what he meant was that the game was rendering basically the whole world and all the weather systems that were going on for the whole map of Fallout 76 for every single player. And what we see here is that it's just simple fog, I understand, but it's loading that distant terrain and loading those weather systems that are going on. So you kind of see those Fallout 76 elements moving on. I wonder if you can chase the sun around a planet. I suspect it might move too slow to make that interesting. I do want to look just quickly for any signs of pop-in or loading textures, which I'm not noticing. Again, credit to Bethesda. I'm looking at specifically the rocks and some of the smaller, finer details, things like the river. But kudos to Bethesda because I don't see any, and to be able to render all this distant terrain as well as they are is an impressive feat. So, kudos to them for getting that right. We see this a couple times throughout the gameplay. I absolutely do love to see the ships coming in and out sort of gradually and procedurally, where you see them take off, you see them land. Not saying that's a complicated thing. I mean, maybe it is. I'm not a developer, and I'm going to try as hard as I can to not be an armchair developer. But I do absolutely love that you get to just see them take off, and it really gives a strong sense of scale. Thank you everybody who's stopping by to help analyze this as we break it down. Yes, so one of the really cool things that is amazing about this is they said the weather systems, and we're going to get to that later, but they mention how the weather systems are all in real time, and it's based on the atmosphere and the closest to the sun and all of these other really fine-tuned details that provide to you not only unique lighting, and we'll see some examples of that, provide not only unique lighting, but give you a difference in the overall feel for each of these planets, and all of that is done in real time, so you'll have full planetary day and night cycles throughout the entire game. for every single planet that you land on. So you're going to get beautiful vistas, and it might be worth stopping back at a planet every now and again.
The people and creatures.
Dynamically landing ships, the foliage and the density of it is drastically improved from games like Fallout, of course, but I think Skyrim in particular, just because it's more vegetation dense than Fallout, but the amount of vegetation here is absolutely stellar. And again, for the sake of being in-depth with this in-depth analysis, just want to take this sort of really slowly and try to notice anything wonky as we come in. You could even see just the little detail with the cloud of smoke that's coming as this ship lands into, this is New Atlantis in the background, but you could see this nice trail of smoke coming in as the ship approaches the landing pad. And then all of these planetary bodies rendered in real time. I'm curious about this. I did notice on my first time around. One, we have what looks like a little tiny kind of a little small location in the back. So I'm curious about how many of these planets are going to have, is this just an unnamed location that you could come across if you're exploring? And if it is, I'm assuming that it has to work the exact same way that the locations are working, where if I go to and Todd Howard explained this, if I go to a planet and you go to a planet, we will see two different locations on that planet. So I might see a base that for you isn't there. That's really interesting because now, depending on the amount of locations which are handcrafted and then placed onto the world that you go to, procedurally placed, you might have endlessly seeing new things. And if you start a new character and you play again, you're not going to see those locations right away again. Of course, you're going to come across them likely at some point, but depending on how many they are, you're in for something really impressive. Now, the question is there a possibility of seeing the same location? So I go to a planet, and then I go to another planet, and because it's all running on procedural systems, is there the possibility that I am going to find the exact same location for a second time? Because the game said, okay, pull it in. It's possible that Todd Howard does clarify later on that once you load it, it's there. But I know one of the big concerns is that if I leave a planet and then go back to that planet, does it basically reset itself because it's procedurally pulling things in? I don't know if that question was answered. But yes, we do have this small little campfire and the small little base off to the left there, kind of pulling in these random environments. Are we going to see a lot of the same structure on different planets because the game says, hey, pull this random asset or pull this from this pool of assets for a random location in? That's yet to be seen.
That isn't just a backdrop. That moon is actually there orbiting the planet. Yes, you can visit it too.
So he says that moon is actually orbiting the planet and you can go there too, which in and of itself is just an incredible kind of thing. It really is the evolution of see that mountain, you can go there. See that planet, you could land on it. See that sun, you can fly to it. Can you fly in the sun? We don't know. I don't think he answered that question.
We realistically simulate the galaxy around you. Our next generation lighting model
I will say there was a small criticism. I know it's not a big deal to a lot of people, but there was this small criticism about the smoke specifically coming from the ship when you land. And I will say that this does look like an improvement. Like their visual effects, you could see a lot of the improvements from that first showing that we've seen and what we get now. I think the gunplay looks improved. Some of the visuals look improved. Some of the animations, I think, look a bit cleaner. Something like this smoke effect looks a lot sharper, in my opinion. So great job to Bethesda for nailing some of that stuff down. I bet the environment will change a bit, maybe age, but location assets key to gameplay will most definitely be in the same location. They should be. They should be.
Next generation
they have had time to clean up, absolutely.
Real-time global illumination to light the world based on the type of star.
This is an important part. I'm going to silence as we just listen to this through. So let me go back just a couple seconds because now they're talking about the global illumination.
Real-time global illumination to light the world based on the type of star and the makeup of the planet's atmosphere.
Based on the type of star and the makeup of the planet's atmosphere, which is a really incredible detail there. Again, the flora. This is one of the planets that we've probably seen early on, and I will say that Absolutely. When we started seeing planets like this early on when Starfield was being shown off, I looked at it and went, that looks too familiar. That's not novel. That's not alien to me, and I want to see that. And they've definitely improved it with some of the other planets and the alien life that we'll see. Cool flower. I'm assuming this might be one of the harvestable ingredients that you can get. I think we actually see this later on when we go to the settlement crafting, the outpost building, and you could see a whole workshop. I don't know if it's this exact one, but keep that flower in mind for later. And then we do have, again, the radiation system here. There's a very faint map marker, meaning it's very far away.
We also have an all-new animation system. And of course, you can play it in third person, and you can play it in first person.
Yeah, so looks great. I want to take a step back.
And you can play it in first person.
Because this is one of the more consistent shots of gameplay that we actually get throughout the whole thing. And it does look really, really good. The amount of density in the foliage to me is very impressive.
We also have an all-new animation system.
Just looking at this is absolutely great.
You can play it in third person, and you can play it in first person.
And I'm noticing hardly any pop-in with all of that. Hardly any pop-in. Still, what I suspect is on the same plot, Parima 4C. We do have this map marker symbol here, so just pointing out all the differences in the map symbols that we get. The survey is 44% complete. You have 0 out of 4 fauna, 0 out of 3 flora, and 0 out of 8 resources that you could find on this planet, which is really neat. And then we'll notice
and rewarding it, but
through this visor, through the laser cutter weapon that also seems to act as a bit of a visor, you can tag locations, which is neat because when he goes into that view, keep an eye on the map down here.
Exploration and rewarding it, but
you can actually see, and this is kind of a new detail, there's small little, just take it back one more time, there's small little diamonds which indicate you have not discovered the exact nature of a location, but there is something there, and you can see the tiny little diamond, and when he scans it, it pops up.
We love exploration and rewarding it.
So there you go. Then it pops up and populates on the compass, which is a cool way to do it, and that symbol represents structures.
But you do explore differently in this game, given its scale. That usually involves exploring differently in this game, given its...
Now, what I find interesting about this shot in particular is this starts off as this icon,
scale,
and it's already on the map. I'm assuming that this is what it is. This might mean quest marker or quest location. Before we were speculating that that kind of animated one that we saw earlier was for it. This might actually be quest because it does have that distinct exclamation, and when he scans it,
exploring an area you've landed.
It changes to the quest marker from that bunker. So just a little interesting detail.
That usually involves...
Love the visual, the distant things that are going on, such as the smoke rising. The player does seem to be pretty far away. But it's still loading in some of these subtle effects. The way the shadow goes to more detail, the closer you get. I can see the way the shadow goes closer. Do you think the planets will have different regions with different resources? They will, yes.
Involves exploring an area you've landed in.
This is just a moon as well.
Collect resources.
Yeah. So, about what you expect. Iron added. I'm curious as to whether or not you can get some perks that will allow you to increase. My picture is hiding it right now. Let me just turn that off for a second. Let's see, where is it? Right, so if I turn it off, you can see up here, iron added. Curious if there's going to be perks that allow you to get more iron and more resources. I'm assuming yes. I will notice that there's some really amazing things that modders have been able to do with parallax textures for Skyrim, and they make them look absolutely incredible. I will say, just at first glance, these look a little flat as far as just normal ground textures go, but for the most part you have so much more vegetation that it doesn't really matter. I also really love the attention to detail with the sparks coming off as he mines this object.
Resources.
So just subtle details.
Mission and maybe even stumble upon something unexpected.
And again, the diversity of the different flora that you could find. So this, I'm curious, I really do wonder if this does mean quest location. I'm not sure. Great detail on all of this. Oop. So we actually get some enemy dialogue here that they do go through, and what we can confirm from some of this footage is absolutely that enemies will kind of follow similar. I think we could make a safe assumption that enemies will follow a similar convention to what they had before in past Bethesda games, where you have just the plain spacer, then you have like the spacer punk as we see here, and then the spacer general. Or the spacer elite. So it's the same enemies, but they get different titles to indicate what rank they are and kind of their difficulty. The compass still does have this kind of red, changes to red when you get into combat. So I thought this was interesting. Because they effectively have what to me looks like multiple health bars. So it like an armor system. You get through all of their armor, and then you can take down their first health bar. Then you have to knock it down again, and you get to the second bar, and then once they get to the bottom, now it's the spacer is finally going to die. So that's a very interesting new system to provide health for the enemies. I think it adds a unique level of diversity to the combat, I would hope, where you can see the enemies that have 1 health bar versus the enemies that have 3. This to me doesn't seem very bullet spongy. They're using the Grendel submachine. I believe it's a submachine gun. It's a submachine gun. The Grendel, which we've seen before. And it doesn't seem spongy. I will say one of my very minor complaints, very minor, was I didn't like this XP kind of popping up right smack in the middle of the screen. I think it'd be better if they just kind of drifted off. It's so quick, it's very unnoticeable, but if I download a UI mod, one of the first things I'll do is probably move this. Yeah, it seems completely fair, not that bully spongy for an RPG, which is good, to punch through. And then they just have the default 1 layer of armor, as you could see. I also really love, you could see in this shot here as we fly over, that the enemies do have a reaction to your shots. So it's not as though they'll just stand there eating all of your bullets as you shoot them. So if we take this, if we take this just a little bit slower, right, you could see that at this point he's halfway down and he actually recoils a bit as he gets hit, which I like. There's also another enemy down there, which is really cool. They do have, we can confirm that there is some of the wonky, I don't know if this is the kind of thing that will get fine-tuned or if there's just such little gravity on this moon that we do get this very entertaining lift off the ground as he flies up. It does appear that they're lighter gravity because when it does look like gravity because when the player character jumps up later on, right now, you see that's just a default jump and he does appear to go pretty far. I think the weapons have definitely improved. They feel a lot more potent in my opinion, which I'm really, really happy about because a lot of people said, oh, the gunplay doesn't look that great. This to me looks improved from what we've seen previously, and I really do love the weapon design. Here you can see that you get periodic updates just on your progress for some of the perks, which I like that a lot. And then of course the explosion. So a couple new items here. Credits 77, so yeah, no surprise. 3 kV laser, 3 kilovolt laser cartridge. And they did say later on that you're going to have different ammo types, which is incredibly cool. And then the Equinox rifle as well, so you can pick that up.
We do love stuff and all of the items.
7.7 7mm caseless ammo, again highlighting the different types. You have these data keys here, which is cool, and this looks like a first aid item.
Allowing you to pick everything up, and you can view all the
Cred stick, so this is, instead of finding gold pouches, you can find cred sticks. Hydraulic clamp, so there's plenty of junk in the world in order to loot.
view all that in your
Boom Pop Cola, worth 75 credits.
data menu.
And we get a great look at the menu, as well as Todd Howard's avatar in the game. Certification is something that we haven't seen before, so that one is sort of unique. You have your ship, information about your ship here, your weapon here, your general stats, and then the planet information. So the UI is pretty interesting, I will say. You have your quest markers as well. Go to Piazzi 7B. The amount of ammo is apparent on the weapons as well. They do display, which is a nice attention to detail. I like that because you could remove the HUD, and if you did remove the HUD, you'd still be able to have that level of feedback because it's displayed clearly on the weapons. So that's a good thing. And then we'll just jump ahead a little bit here.
This is the hub for everything you're doing, from your skills to your ship, your missions, and your
missions inventory. So this is the UI. We get a full look at the UI. There's a mass limit, not a weight limit. Yes, that mass instead of weight. It's the same. I'm assuming it's going to play a similar role. My question is, how might this affect on different planets with different levels of gravity? Will this number go up and down if the gravity is less? I don't know, but that would be a pretty cool mechanic. So you go onto a lighter planet, you could control or carry a bit more when you find those moons and such. I also do like the local time and then the UT here as well.
For everything you're doing, from your skills to your ship, your
UT. What do we think? Universal time? I'm going to go off on a limb and say universal time versus local time. Just further evidence here that you do have day and night cycles, which we do know. But you have day and night cycles with the planets, and you could kind of wait and see that time pass by.
We love to pack a ton of...
Okay, all right. This is a big, juicy bit with all of the weapons that we have. So first off, the different damage types change as we go, like for example, from the cutter to the advanced Grendel, physical damage versus energy damage. I really do. You have the mass, again, not using weight, but mass, the ammo types, magazine size, the amount of bullets, and accuracy of the weapon. The value and the amount of mods that you can apply. Curious what will change this number. What do you need? I do realize that my picture is blocking some of this information. Curious as to what might change the amount of mods that you could have per weapon. Is it just solely weapon based? This is labeled as an advanced Grendel, so if I find a basic Grendel, is it going to be the trade-off, less damage and less mods? Curious as to exactly how that might be affected. Of course, we have our favorites system, so you can favorite compare, which is a nice little detail. Inspect, which we've seen before, where you just kind of zoom in on the weapons and get a nice good look at it. But I will say the detail on all of this is absolutely stellar. From even, there's subtle engravings, maybe a serial number, it's hard to tell, but they're just carved into the white. You could see this right here says Grendel. So the fact that they took the time to put in these little details is fantastic. Curious if something like the model number will actually change. I don't expect it would, but that would be an interesting element if this was somehow dynamic or procedural, so that way every single weapon genuinely, at least in that little way, was unique. I would love to see that. It's interesting to me that the cutter has its own ammo type, but it does. Let's see. Mag Shear looks awesome. This is one of the laser weapons, the laser guided weapons that we'll see later on, but it does have physical damage to it. 50.50 ammo. Lots of value, 5 mods. Just to go through some of them further. Nice little modified calibrated Razorback, and you could see the types of attachments that they apply here. And also we have 7.5mm ammo versus the 7.77 that we saw earlier. Also, 3 out of 6 mods, large magazine, iron sights, long barrel. Great 11mm ammo for this modified calibrated tombstone. It appears to be taking on the same kind of naming convention as when you customize in Fallout 4, which is a good thing.
From all of your weapons to space.
And this is one of the more interesting parts. Okay, so we actually can pinpoint. This is great. We can pinpoint the symbols that we were seeing in the beginning. What we're at about 4:22 minutes in. So these symbols that we were seeing in the beginning, I was curious as to what they were. We can actually pull those apart because we have thermal, which is the water drop, corrosive, which is the 3 lines, radiation, and airborne. Curious what airborne might entail? But you do need to manage each of these resistances, and when we do get to planets, I like the idea of having to pick your loadouts in order to decide what you would want to use, and in order to what suits the planet surface better to tailor some of these elements, that I'm hiding, some of these elements for it. But you have physical resistance, energy resistance, electromagnetic resistance, and then these, which are the damage versus the planetary ones that can affect you. Really, really cool. And then, of course, the damage rating or the durability rating here. So this Navigator Space Helmet, significantly weaker than either the Explorer or the Constellation. Your total weight. I like the ability to hide your helmet in breathable areas. Todd Howard giving me a very sultry look here. I'd return it to you if I saw you. And then, of course, the compare and drop and all those other. So food, this is one of the things that went by, went too far. This is one of the things that went by very quickly, but I did appreciate is that some of these bonuses, do we get to see the med pack or it just starts? The detail on the food is great. They have little bios for each of it, which is awesome. I love the fact it's the most refreshing orange juice in all the settled systems. I like that this extends to 1 minute. I really, personally, coming from a fan of The Witcher 1, the game, I really liked that when you take a potion, it lasts for 30 minutes real time. Obviously, a juice box shouldn't last for 30 minutes, but I enjoy those types of things. Plus 8 oxygen for 5 minutes as well. So you have actual extended durations for some of these, which is great. It's interesting that none of these seem to have any values, though. Oh, they do have values. Never mind. I take that back. Hamburger patty smothered in cheese and grilled on toast, usually served with a side of chipped potatoes. So again, nice trilobite, small alien arthropods sautéed and with whipped butter, restore 15 health. So
when you're done exploring, you can walk back or fast travel to your ship. We have companions and crew you can take with you. I left Vasco here back at my ship.
Welcome back, Captain Howard.
And he can even...
Yeah, so it's nice. It is nice that they are still using that system where they acknowledge you as the player. I really do appreciate that. I think was something that made Fallout 4 a little bit interesting when Codsworth actually refers to you. I'm glad that we see it here. And we do actually get this really nice, there's no loading screen to get onto your ship, which, you know, if we looked at past Bethesda games, that might have been a concern. But you just walk right up to your ship, walk on, and you're good to go. Vasco, I think a lot of people say Vasco. Todd Howard pronounces it Vasco. So Vasco looks great. The details on him as well. Wonder if he's customizable. That would be neat.
Howard.
And he can even say your name. Let's head out.
Now, okay, there is a loading screen. There is a loading screen. Gotcha. So this little tiny base area is, you could go straight to the cockpit, or you can just go into the base of the ship. And then we do have this radiation symbol here, as we saw earlier. It's interesting to me that this kind of takes place in two different shots. You could see some of the smaller details that take place. Look specifically at the weapon here, and then it does change weapon. But it also introduces this yellow bar, which is something that we haven't seen before. So really curious as to what that might entail. Is this bonus or temporary health from eating food or taking a stimulant, that sort of thing? Curious, very, very curious. And you actually can see, if we take this a little bit further, your frontier, which,
let's head,
whether or not this is a symbol that's universal for your ship, this kind of like spade looking playing card.
Head out.
Yeah, you can't use the ladder. And then, so I'm assuming this is going to be, so we know that there's no planetary takeoff or slow down. So this is inevitably going to be the animation that we see when we take off our ship. So we get a decent look at it here. I know that's not what everybody, some people wanted to be able to just take right off, but this is what we're going to see.
Our mission was to...
And then it would probably fade, and then it would fade back in to space. So let's take a step back for a second and listen to what Isfan has to play. I'm going to silence myself and let this go.
Convey the wonder and majesty of space exploration, to evoke the romance of the golden age of early spaceflight. And we've been referring to this approach as NASA Punk. This means a design language where the tech is advanced, yet still looks grounded and relatable.
For us, it's that contrast. That's where the visual interest is. Obviously the NASA, which is the rigid, hard function over style, and then Punk, which is all about style.
You can see that visual style coming through.
This is important because we have to, one of the big things is, can you walk around your ship while you're out in space? You absolutely can. Love the attention to detail with all the dials and the buttons, which we've seen from the get-go. But also keep in mind the music too, because the music does change. And one thing that I've really appreciated throughout this whole showcase is just how different all of the music sounds from one another. Enan Zur is doing a fantastic job with composing this piece. You have so many different variations and feelings and tones, to quote Todd Howard, to the music when it does play, and I think that is absolutely stellar. Also, welcome, I see that we have 70 people here, which is amazing.
Through in your ship. Your ship is your home.
So this is the moment where you're able to just walk around the ship freely. There's no window. It is NASA Punk, so even if you look at all the ship designs, there's not really a lot of windows that are there. So can you look out from just the cockpit, or can you do it from other areas? That's yet to be seen. Ideally, when you customize the ship, you could get some nice views as you walk by. But I absolutely love that this is a feature
For you and your crew. And like many of the spaces in our game, it has a slightly retro and analog touch. A bit of low.
Just the amount of detail in every single shot, no matter where they are, is absolutely incredible for Bethesda to have done. And I think that some of this stuff, really, when you're playing the game, might not matter, but it's the small details that add up to make an incredible experience.
Bit of lo-fi rather than sci-fi, where everything is well used, worn.
Let's just take, so this is definitely status tired, Z. So pictures of Vasco at different planets. We've actually seen some of these patches before in some of the early footage of the game, so it's nice to see it here once again. And I'm sure that people will really go hardcore into the analysis, where they'll find every single patch and what they are. We're not doing quite that here. Elder Scrolls 6 location on those papers. Probably one of these. No, not necessarily.
Is well used, worn, and lived in.
Yeah, Lunar Robotics, except no limitations, so I like that you do have... Oh, that looks like Vasco. I guess Lunar Robotics is who made Vasco. The sandwich, white bread, lettuce, cheese, multi-meat, missing chunks, so we can make the Starfield sandwich if you wanted to here. Ready to brew.
Alrighty. What's the plan, Captain?
And then in order to plot your course, you're going to end up at this navigation console, which is probably going to be one of the required parts of your ship when you're customizing it, something that you absolutely need to have.
What's the plan, Captain?
There is it just me, or is there some funky little either textures or lighting going on with this table? I just want to take a couple steps back.
What's the plan, Captain?
Yeah, you get some funky shadows that are going on, but that's so minimal it's unbelievable.
This is...
Yes, so now when you get to the map system, set landing target, show. I'm curious what oh, no, we do know what show me is. I don't need to say I'm curious about what show me is. Todd Howard has previously explained that you are able to see the planet before landing on it. And that's what the show me would probably do, is you get maybe a camera view similar to the way some of the early footage that was shown off. If you remember when the teaser had just came out, you kind of had this like camera angle that zoomed around. That's what I'm assuming we'll get a similar view with the show me function. These locations are procedurally drawn in, as they say later. It's interesting that the temperature is just labeled as cold, because if there is a level of thermal resistance that you need to be aware of, cold doesn't give you an accurate description, and it doesn't really tell you whether or not your armor is going to be good enough to withstand that cold, or does it not really matter? That doesn't make any sense though, because you do have, when we see the armor system earlier, we're at about 5 minutes in. So if we go back, you do have just a level of thermal resistance. So how am I supposed to know? Let me just hide my face again. How am I supposed to know that 15, just the number 15, is good enough to withstand cold, as we see here? So just something to keep in mind. You do have carnivorous forests. We're going to get a good look at the way the biomes work later on, but I do actually really love, if you just look at the detail, this is in the navigation map, the detail with what I'm assuming this is the weight and the gravity that's occurring around each of those planets, of course, with their orbits. But I do like the design of all of this, how it has that realistic feel to it while simultaneously capturing kind of the finer details that you would get from an advanced map such as this. All of the different resources that you can find. So this is a very resource heavy planet. Marginal amount of fauna and flora. Radioactive water, which is interesting. So like the Fallout games, we will in some capacity need to manage our radiation, which is good. The amount of gravity and the type of planet.
Spot or fast travel to known locations. Backing out further.
So this is one of the things I was immediately curious by. I noticed this while the gameplay was going, is kind of these 3 little dots that some planets have that some don't. Is this the amount of locations that have been found? Perhaps we could find out if we discover where the map zooms out from. So the map zooms out from this small little ice ball here.
Backing out further.
And there's 3 little dots on this planet. So are there 3 points of interest on it if we go back? There's only 2. Whoops. There's only 2. So that might not directly correlate, or possibly it just tells you there are 3 points of interest, and so far the player has only found 2 of them.
Backing out.
4 dots for 4 moons. Yes, but they are on the moons themselves. This shows the moons up here. This does. I'm talking about the ones directly on the planets. These show the number of moons that each one has, which you could see. There's 4 little dots here, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4. But each of these have 3 dots. This planet has 3 dots, but these do not. Designation Parima system, and level. So we also do have leveled systems. So when you go to each of these systems, and this was something that was already confirmed, when you go to each of the systems, you do have a set level as well.
Further, you can view all the planets in the system.
Is there any unique details? So there's no water on this planet. You have less resources, unknown traits, temperature scorched. So perhaps that's how they differentiate the temperatures. Before it just said cold, it might say freezing instead. But again, freezing does not necessarily help me understand that the armor before that says 15 cold resistance, which, yeah, 15 thermal resistance. Does that protect me against scorching? Does that protect me against just cold? How do I know that it's worth my time landing on this planet with just that information? Do I have to just land on the planet, find out that it's too cold for my current body armor, and then leave? That's something that remains to be seen.
See planets that have key locations.
You could see planets that have key locations, and there is also this symbol for a quest marker: kill all dangerous creatures from the cave. An unknown cave, it says 0 out of 7. So we do get a bit of a hint at the procedural generation questing systems, which this is, and understandably, where some people might have some concerns. I personally don't. There is definitively, based on what I've seen here, there was enough, and procedural content was a big concern of mine. If you watch any of my past videos, it was something that I was terrified about, absolutely worried about for this game. This whole showcase convinced me quite well. And so when they have a quest like this, clear all dangerous creatures from the cave, not more detail than that, this is one of those supplemental quests that you sort of do on the way, keeps you engaged, gives you something to do. It's not meant to be the most interesting quest, and that's okay to have that type of experience as long as it's used to pad out the game a bit and it's not used as a crux. So every single settlement that we go to, they're going to be like, we have monsters, and go kill 8 of them and then come back. And then the next guy goes, we have a problem with plants, go get 8 plants and then bring it back. If it doesn't boil down where a lot of the quests are that, then you won't have a problem for me. If this is something additional I can do on the side, fantastic. And that's what it should be. And I think that will be the case. I'm not really concerned, to be honest.
Missions or life on them, versus the many planets that are barren but resource heavy.
So they say the many planets, this is interesting, they say the many planets that are barren but resource heavy. So we have a new temperature, deep freeze, so this is going to be one of the barren planets. But again, I can't quite tell what these 3 dots mean, because they go from a planet that has life to one that has barren, both of which have kind of these 3 markers.
Zoom out even further to see all the systems in this part of the galaxy. Here, you can plot a course to ones that are light years away. This uses your ship's grav drive to fold space.
So this is really cool. This is one of the interesting aspects. Here again, if we go back just a little bit, actually, I won't pull it back because it'll take me forever to find exactly that. No, I could do it. So just this yellow bar is representing fuel consumption out of your max capacity. And we found earlier when they were walking onto the ship, right? You have this kind of transition from this to this, and you have this yellow bar as well. So is this drained health? Is this damage that was taken then? Because it's representing consumed of a certain resource, whether it's health or fuel.
Ones that are light years away. This uses
level 5 system. I'm just going to take a second to really pour through some of these elements to see if we can't find anything completely unique. So let me hide my face here. So maybe some of
your ship's
we could try to put the temperature of the system, designated Vol 2, the number of outposts that you've built there. So your outposts do remain behind, which shouldn't go as a surprise, but you could see how many outposts you've placed in each system. 14 light years away, the amount of fuel.
Fold space and jump to these systems, and you will need to upgrade your ship and skills if you.
So this is interesting because it highlights unexplored route, which makes me think if you do choose to go through and you get a specific notification that pops up here. So if you do choose to go through unexplored systems, is it possible that you can sort of get pulled out? Right? You can get pulled out, and then you'll have some kind of a random encounter that you're not grav jumping anymore, which would make sense. It would make sense if you have to grav jump here, then you need to grav jump here, you have to grav jump here. Otherwise, why wouldn't you just go boop that way or boop that way, right? So just something that I thought was interesting and something to keep in mind going forward.
If you want to jump to the most distant ones. But for now, we'll...
Of course, they can't make that distance. I am curious, though, if this is just the only way to get there or if you're kind of able to go to this system and then to Olympus. Also, keep in mind kind of these symbols here, which I believe represent cities. Don't quote me on that one, though. They might also just represent locations.
Well,
or potentially, these look very reminiscent to those alien structures that we've seen in a lot of the gameplay. And so perhaps these are where an alien structure is.
Plot a course to the Alpha Centauri system.
Yeah, so now instead of going this way around, the route decides to go that way. And it's taking a lot of fuel consumption to get there.
Where we can find the city of New Atlantis.
Immediately, I was floored when watching this live by the load times, which is truly a testament to the power of the modern consoles to be able to do that so seamlessly. And I think it's exceptional that you just hit grab jump, wait a couple seconds, and that dictates, you know, that kind of acts as a little bit of a loading screen, I suppose. But the power of SSDs, absolutely amazing. We do have the different weapons, and also this nice pop-up that showcases the amount of planets that you have, the one that you arrived at. So you've arrived at Alpha, or within Alpha Centauri, and then it has 1 moon, and you can see that there's 4 total in the system. And this I like as well. So you can't just freely jump into any given system. You have to be careful, because we actually, one thing I guess I did not point out was, if we could find it, go back a little bit. Let's just let this play out, because
Zoom out even further to see all the systems in this part of the galaxy. Here you can plot a course to ones that are light years away. This uses...
Yeah, so you have to be conscious of where you're going, because we have here, this is under control by the Freestar Collective. So that's all I wanted to kind of highlight. This is a cool little layout too. I like that. How does this change? I'm curious if this looks different based on where you grab jump to. If this actually dynamically changes.
Welcome to UC Space.
This is a very typical, just kind of if anybody's ever played any kind of space game like the old X-Wing games, or even the more recent, was it called Rogue Squadron Star Wars games, just having these indicators that point where the ships are all across the HUD. And I will say I'm genuinely impressed, and we'll get some shots of combat later, but I'm genuinely impressed by the amount of ships and enemies that they have as far as combat goes for space at one single time, which will make the combat very, very exciting to have all that going on, especially when you are balancing all of these systems, as we'll detail later.
Maintain your current course while we scan your ship's cargo.
So no contraband on your ship. They are scanning you. Curious as to how you are able to hide contraband, because it would be one thing to just not be able to do any means to it. Is it a skill? Is it a percentage chance? And you could kind of you get better gear, better compartments that are, or better parts to your ship that are better at hiding it, and then does that have its own stat where you have a 30% chance to evade scans? Can you level that up through perks, right? That'll be very cool to see. But again, early on, it's nice. One of my favorite things about this sort of thing, about getting this large in-depth gameplay, is now we can look back at some of the moments that we've heard previously, and we can see exactly what it's like, and kind of retroactively pinpoint comments from before into what they fully mean. So in this particular instance, where Todd Howard and the team were saying, yeah, you could absolutely be that Han Solo smuggling simulator, and this is evident of that, where you're carrying this contraband cargo. You need to bypass the United Colony scans to make sure you didn't get caught, and then bring it down to the planet, and then get it to your destination. I love that type of stuff. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Complete. You are cleared for landing at New...
Anything new here? Not particularly, I will say. Mining outpost, New Atlantis. Again, you do have to go into... They don't show it. This is one of the things I was a little bit let down by when it came to the showcase. They do not show the process of the player, like, going from this scene to
Scan complete. You are cleared
this
for...
scene. They don't show it. So, do you have to get up? Do you need to get up from your seat and walk back to that navigation table that we saw earlier and then do it? Can you do it seamlessly while you're still sitting in the flight chair? That wasn't actually shown, but yeah, nothing particularly new here that we haven't brought up already.
Landing at New Atlantis.
And then we do get the landing animation. Again, this is exactly what you can expect when you pick a point of interest to land. I do want to point out that, again, this is a great example of how Bethesda has actually improved since the last time we saw it. These smoke effects that are coming out of the plane, if you look at it from the original gameplay showcase, you almost see it stuttering at a couple like but here it looks a lot better.
As soon as you land in a city like New Atlantis, your eyes are...
Yeah, the amount of detail, the amount of NPC density. This guy has some creepy eyes going on. He's got a bit of creepy eyes as he's just staring at the player. But notice a couple things with this shot. One, the scale is far beyond anything we've seen from a Bethesda game to date. Even something like Diamond City, there's just so much here. The scale of the city, the size. But look at one. I really wanted to take the time to notice all of the NPCs. Maybe these two guys right here are wearing the same shirt, but with all of this NPC density, it doesn't look as though there's really... Maybe this guy and one of these two gentlemen. There's no repetition in the outfits, which is amazing. It's amazing to see that there's really no... all the NPCs look completely unique from one another. I know that was a big issue in Cyberpunk where you'd be walking around and you would suddenly just see 3, or sometimes I think people saw like 4 of the same character walking down, exactly the same character walking down the street. But with a shot like this, you're really not getting that. So it's a good job for Bethesda to do. I do wonder as well how many of these structures and how explorable are they? Good question. It would be nice to be able to say, yeah, I went to the top of this building, I went to the top of this building. You could think to something like Fallout 4. I think Diamond City is a great example where in Diamond City you take the lift up and then there's all of that stuff that theoretically you should be able to go to in between, but you just take the, what is it? It was not the dugout inn, that was on the bottom, but you know the restaurant that's all the way at the top where all the douchebags hang out in Fallout 4. There, it might work something similar where you get into one of these buildings and then you sort of walk to an elevator, get in the elevator, you skip all the floors between, and you just get to kind of like this floor here, so you could see the beautiful vista, look out onto the planet. You still get that like nice skyrise feeling, but you're not actually walking up 1,000 flights of stairs to get to the top because there's realistically nothing in between to fill that in. But yeah, there you go.
Your eyes are guided upwards to just these boundless, vast buildings.
It's the biggest city we've ever made, not just in size, but also in the amount of customers.
Yes, let's see if we could find anything going on in any of these shots. Just out of curiosity. Hello, Angela.
Not just in
Again, the lighting is done really well.
Size, but also in the...
I like this detail with the water running off and how they've naturally integrated the city into kind of the environment around them. I wonder if this is artificial or natural, actually. Landing ports. It would be cool. One of the things that I'm looking forward to Starfield is, you know, you see this ship here. Not sure if this is a player ship or a random one, but being able to just stand at this point in the city and just watch as the ships go off and take off, and then some other ones come in and land, and the diversity of the ships that you'll be able to see doing those things. Also, just keep in mind all the different types of map markers. This one comes up consistently 3 times. This one is a slight variation of it, and then you have this guy right here, which might be tied to one of the faction, perhaps. So because the cities are much larger in scale, I would not be surprised if each of the buildings that are important will have their own map markers that you can use to kind of guide there. And then we have this object, which I suppose is the quest marker, and it's tied to that location. Also, we've seen the detail. I kind of skipped over it before, but when they did land on the planet,
just to land in a city like New Atlantis,
just to do this really quickly, I don't want to stay too long. Again, your staring is creeping me out, dude. But just all the different posters and stuff. And then if we, nah, that's why I don't like skipping around. So I don't like skipping around too much. So, yes, this is a cool shot too.
It's the biggest city we've ever made, not just in size, but also in the amount of custom art.
Yeah, so you do have your shopkeepers. Again, this NPC.
Crowds.
There is some stuttering. There is some stuttering.
Also in the amount of custom art, crowds, and quests.
You could see, it's very subtle, but you can see some amounts of stuttering. I would want to make a video where I talk about kind of setting expectations for Starfield, and something like this, frame drops, with this much going on, it has to be expected on some level. Obviously, we want to be as good as possible, but...
And quests.
Again, just actually, before I do continue, just want to check again, because we saw earlier the diversity in all the NPCs. And I do want to see, again, here's a lot of NPCs on screen at once. And once again, none of them have any repeating outfits. They don't really look like they have repeating styles, which is really, really great. It's really, really great.
And quests.
SSNN, it does appear as though we'll have a radio network in Starfield, which I'm excited. A lot of people were really highly requesting to have a radio, which is great. And seems like we're going to get that with Settled Systems News Network. And I'm curious if you're going to have all the different radio stations will be based on if you're in like Crimson Fleet territory, if you're in United Colonies, or if you're in Freestar Collective territory.
So the main focus when we're designing a city is obviously what supports the story. We try and tell as many small stories as possible.
This is a colony war memorial.
Names going around it. Members of the United Colonies. I'm never going to be able to read all of that, but there you go. This is cool. Different variations of Vasco and Mast, which we actually know what that stands for.
It's a few moments of gameplay that make the space feel like it's full of real characters that are going about their day-to-day lives.
Yeah, the fact that you could see all these NPCs doing their thing all throughout here is really cool. Just that it has that level. You could see NPCs all the way in the back. That level of draw distance is great.
It's paralyzing if you really stop and think about it.
Curious if we're going to run into a lot of these same conversations, but just because of the amount of stuff going on that these guys will have this conversation every time that you come near the coffee shop type deal.
Buddy, it's coffee.
It's also where your adventure with Constellation begins.
Welcome to Constellation. We have a lot to talk about.
By the time you meet them, Constellation is sort of seen as this mythical group. Most people don't even know they exist anymore. They're the last true explorers in the galaxy, and they're trying to find the answers to some of humanity's biggest questions.
The artifacts are so different, so alien, and I'm certain one of them reached out and spoke to you.
Yes, this is exactly what I was trying to stop at. Because I suspect that these artifacts are a key to where alien life has gone to, and you're sort of getting these visions, very Mass Effect style. It's very Mass Effect style. This might even be, this to me sort of looks like the outline of a face, doesn't it? You could see maybe a bit of a mouth here. This kind of looks like an eye. So perhaps we're even getting our first look at aliens looking back at us. And that might be what the visions are. The visions are actually this alien species. Maybe they left them behind in order to communicate with us. You could see the way it glows right here. Maybe like a big cheekbone, a chin comes back around in the top of the head. Oh, nope, take that back. That's too quick. Yeah, all space collapses almost like a wormhole, so you're getting to your destination. Then you continue through space. And it's hard to tell really what's going on with any of this, but so I personally can't see any
the artifact.
Any of the small details, but my personal guess as of right now is that's them trying to communicate with you in some capacity.
If you could place it on the table here.
Oh my god. Look at how it's coming together.
That means there's a set built by an intelligence outside the settled systems.
It's
built by an intelligence outside the settled systems.
Definitely an eclectic cast of characters. You've got Sarah Morgan, the ex-soldier and adventurer, now Constellation's leader. Mateo, the theologian.
Interesting
the
bit of small. Curious if anybody's going to be able to pick apart exactly what might be displayed on this screen here.
Now Constellation's leader. Mateo, the theologian who believes that there's definitely something else out there. Noel, the gifted scientist and Sarah Morgan's protege. And Walter.
This is one of the companies, as we know. We actually see that they make some of the ship parts. Synth Eyes. Someone said Synth Eyes. Who has Synth Eyes?
Morgan.
Her?
The ex-soldier and believes that there's definitely something else out there. Noel, the gifted scientist and Sarah Morgan's...
You could see also as well that it's just a small detail that I want to call out, but there is hair physics, which is nice.
And Walter,
yeah, it's nice that they have these ship display rooms as well.
Very successful businessman in the settled systems.
I'm very excited. One of the things I'm actually really excited about is all the different companies and manufacturers. I think it's really cool that Bethesda has grown out all this lore for each of these different manufacturers. And if you look at just when they go through some of the building menus, even with the original gameplay showcase that we got, you could see just the amount of different manufacturers and companies that there are. And if you could visit their HQs like what we're seeing here, it's a small thing. Maybe I'm just kind of geeking out a little bit over the possibility, the attention to detail, but I like that each of them can exude their own different tones and their different vibes to make them each feel distinct. So we get a look at the Stroideklund showroom. Stroideklund showroom, but if we could get others
systems
like that.
And Constellation's fine.
When I change the layout, my mic goes down. Interesting. I apologize for that, but thank you for letting me know. So perhaps we will just stick to this view. And we'll stay here. But the business leader,
financier.
Anything goes as long as you have the money.
There's also Vlad, the ex-pirate, Sam Coe, the former space cowboy, and Barrett.
You know what I hate about these?
It's interesting that all of the characters within Constellation get a designation, if you will. The scientist, Noel the scientist, this Max the business leader,
Sam Coe,
the former space cowboy,
and Barrett.
And Barrett.
You know what I hate about
just Barrett.
these pirates? Completely resistant to my otherwise irresistible charm.
Again, just the amount of stuff that's on the armor. I wonder if you could actually customize things like this yourself, and you could put these patches as part of the customization for your armor, which we didn't get to see any of the customization really, other than the weapons.
The journey you take with Constellation is just the first of many you'll embark on. The settled systems is home
yeah, okay.
to all kinds of different stories.
At this point, they're mentioning all kinds of different stories. that you can have, and it's little moments like this that will really make the world feel lived in and alive. It's these elements that I think Bethesda does really well, where it feels like the world doesn't necessarily always revolve around you, that you could find these folks who have, you know, all these people who have come and gone, and this is probably just a settlement on a random moon. They do look like they're wearing kind of the Constellation armor, though.
People and adventures for
I loved seeing these creatures when it came around to them. Again, the animation looks absolutely wonderful. Not just for the player, but for beasts such as that as well. They did such a good job, and it's neat. I'm excited to be able to find I love this little smile. I'm excited to be able to find the ones that are friendly versus the ones that are hostile. We see later on that you can sort of tame them a bit, if you will. Their back is interesting, absolutely. It maybe is kind of a form of camouflage. You could tell that a lot of attention went into the way that the creatures were designed, which is one of the things I'm really curious about. One of the things I'm really maybe a saddle could fit there. That would be neat if you could ride creatures around and there's mounts. I would love it if Bethesda kind of kept some of those details hidden. I don't think they need to show every single thing, and having mounts would be epic indeed, especially with these massive planets. That's a good way to do it. It's a good in-between for this versus vehicles, is to have kind of rideable creatures. But one thing, I wonder if when they design certain creatures, they say, because as Bethesda and the team explained it, the planets get created when you go to a planet. It chooses, it's like, okay, we're going to take these elements. It stitches the world procedurally together only when you get there, and then you have the world that's formed. And so I'm assuming that there's certain creatures, they said, okay, if you stitch together this biome, these are the creatures that can live on it. And it's probably pretty complex and down in the weeds if you want to dive into it. But to be able to pull in those creatures, how many? One of the big things that can set Starfield a bit back, I believe, is if you do explore a lot of planets, and then you get to one particular planet, and the game decides, okay, we're going to stitch together these locations, happens to be a planet you've already seen, and then it just so happens to pull in the wildlife that you've already seen. And you go, 1,000 planets, but this is the second one that's exactly the same, and I've been playing the game for 10 hours. That is where I think a valid concern can lie. I would hope that there's a system in place, and again, complete armchair developer, but I would hope that there is a system in place that says, okay, we haven't loaded this biome yet. And the game sort of does like a yes, no, if, then statements where it says, okay, player has not discovered this biome, then we load it for the next planets. And it kind of does that all in real time. But I do think it's a valid concern. Again, we have the cliff racers here, different wildlife. They kind of have these spore, or maybe the creatures are procedurally created in their own in some ways. Like, I love these guys. They're so damn cool. And you even have, is that part of a rock, or is that an animal that's chilling up there as well? This was a weird cut. This was a really weird cut. But one thing, again, amazingly epic creatures. We've seen this before, actually. We've seen this creature before in... Yeah, I suspect that that's kind of a Skyrim mountain goat. They're basically just doing the Skyrim up the side of the thing. We've seen this before in that small hallway scene where the player had the pistol. It was that red hallway, and he was shooting at the creature as it came. It was one of the scarier ones. It almost reminds me. It was the same. It was the same as when they were exploring the moon base on Crete. They had posters of, I think it was this organism, or they were saying like, "Hey, this thing is dangerous." But what I would really, really love to see is if this shot is any indication, we could kind of get a good look at him there. It's terrifying. But if this is any indication from this particular shot, having the wildlife interact with one another. We see it very loosely in other games where a creature in Skyrim, say the wolf decides to hunt the bunny, and it sees that there's a bunny nearby, so the wolf goes out, kills it, hunts it, whatever. That's great. But also, hello everybody who's here. I see 123 people. Thank you guys for stopping by and joining. But It was a random cut indeed. And so if this is an indication that you do have more involved wildlife interactions to make the world feel more alive, I like that. But if we just take it at face value, again, we have seen this creature before. But I like the way that it actually, you know, the creature that it's attacking actively responds, and Bethesda has spent the time to create animations for this particular creature hunting that particular creature. And if that is the case and it gets that detailed, well, chef's kiss. Is that you're not going to see things for a bit as I kind of take it back frame at a time. Yeah, there you go. So I know a lot of people were saying now with shooting the enemies, right? Shooting the enemies, you have these heavy spacesuits, so they weren't really seeing a lot of blood. But here, you get a explosion. You could see the red everywhere coming out. So maybe the spacesuits and shooting people in these gigantic heavy spacesuits, you're not seeing a lot of gore in the game, but certainly there you're getting it. Let's see. Anything here?
The United Colonies is where you'll find New Atlantis, the first major human settlement in space. The people who live here value law, discipline, and the legacy of humanity.
We've seen a lot of these shots.
Themselves the true.
Here we are at Mast, but this is one of the factions, so we're getting a nice in-depth look at the United Colonies factions.
Children of Earth.
You ever think of joining up with the Vanguard?
This is cool. This is a cool memorial. I wonder specifically what this ship was and what it is. It looks very reminiscent to just, maybe this is a bit of an Easter egg, but if you've ever played Mass Effect 2, there's a point where you put down it's part of the DLC, and you put down a memorial, and it looks very, very similar with this kind of crescent. So I wonder if that's just like a little nod to Mass Effect, which is pretty cool.
Help the United Colonies even get your UC citizenship.
I liked this line here because he mentions, have you ever thought of signing up with the Vanguard, even get your UC citizenship? So I'm curious as to why you as the player have this special pass where you can, I mean, I guess you're just considered an immigrant or a tourist at that point, which is great, which is fine. But what are the consequences? Is there any consequence to becoming a UC citizen? Can you actually do that, or does it just a throwaway line like, hey, have you considered it? And it doesn't actually matter. If you become a citizen of UC, does that affect your relationship with the Freestar Collective? These are the types of details that I'm really, really interested in seeing.
Your UC citizenship?
New Atlantis isn't the...
Love that you could see it here. I'm not sure if this is just because of the lighting. Again, it does use dynamic lighting, but here is where you kind of see maybe the distant terrain not as detailed as it can be. But you have all these washed out colors almost entirely because of the time of day it is. But there's no real detail on the water here. You have great vegetation, and that goes off to kind of looks like it cuts out about here. And then it kind of just, they cut out, they don't render any of the grass anymore. But again, I also...
New Atlantis isn't the only city within the United...
All the ships coming in and out dynamically, the trails that they leave behind as they do so, these creepy crawlies.
Colonies. The city of Sidonia on Mars, to this day, serves...
All the small things going on as well, just to highlight, the moving parts that are going on. I appreciate that it feels like alive. This feels like a factory. Things are happening. It's not just standing still while you wander around. So you can see these carts moving.
Serves as the largest mine.
Physics on objects. Maybe nobody really cares about this detail. I think it's nice when this level of detail is there. That even in first person, you don't just kind of walk through this, which actually might be new for a Bethesda game, come to think of it. Because I know that in Bethesda games, there's often mods where it might have a banner or like a flag that hangs down, but the player just walks through it. But here you have these curtains, or whatever they're technically called, and they actually part as you go through. The game does look really good as you go through. I also love this, 11 hours without incident.
Largest mining facility for the United Colonies. Beyond the United Colonies' reach, you might find yourself in a much more wild and independent coalition of star systems. This is Freestar Collective.
Again, while we go through this, just keep in mind the difference in the music. Credit to Enon for capturing that. You have the different weather systems as well. We have a nice fog rolling in. I don't know if this is on Aquila. Could be.
Active space.
Yes. The core Midtown Co Plaza, which we know that Solomon Co, I think it's Solomon Co, founded Aquila, and then the spaceport as well. We've seen this shot before. Definitely looks like I would love to pull up a or if somebody pulled up a side-by-side of what this shot looks like versus what we've seen previously of Aquila, because it definitely looks like it has improved quite a bit. The hitching post as well, nice little bar. So if we just continue, man, I love the outfits. I love the costume design. You also have, that was nice. As the player approached, we could see here, he's looking down, and then the player gets in a distance. He notices the player, and then he looks up, and he kind of reaches up to beg for money.
The capital of the Freestar Collective is Aquila City.
The Stone Root Inn is in...
I hope that you could kind of come across some of these creatures in the game with these giant skeletons. They look cool. They're using what looks like almost a half Vasco. What's this? Something you're not gonna be able to tell, but something root in. Something root in. Info desk. I wonder what you could do at these info desks.
Is Aquila City.
The Stone Root Inn is in
Stone
Aquila
Root.
City.
There you go.
Fixture.
Stone Root Inn.
A ranger relies on...
That's a cool little, we actually have a Crimson Fleet. We could recognize them by, they have very distinct helmets that they wear. So, very distinct, armor that's locked up in this jail.
Ranger relies on...
And also, small things too. We're gonna get into character customization, but I do like, little things. You know, you could see her nose piercing there. Cool stuff.
Relies on judgment and intuition to do what's best for the people.
Neon started out as...
This is one of my favorite things in the game. I was blown away when we saw Neon because it looks absolutely epic. First off, just the reflections on the ground. We don't know if these are ray traced. I don't think they are retraced. That was the Ashta. We saw an Ashta? Oh, the skull? You mean the skull? Or this. This is the Ashta. That doesn't look like a velociraptor mixed with a wolf. Maybe it does.
Ranger relies on judgment and intuition to do what's best for the people.
They definitely went really hard into the Western. Yeah, don't know if this is ray traced or just reflections.
Out as a fishing platform, but is now...
Man, settled. So we know that we're still. So you have settled system news networks that reaches all the way to Neon. We don't know how far exactly they are, but Reliant Medical. We've seen a lot of these businesses in some of the other trailers, but just the lighting done in this shot is absolutely stellar to me. I was blown away. Even on the player's outfit, you kind of get the purples hitting here, the yellows hitting on this side, the greens hitting at the top. So the way that the lighting is done is a vast improvement from anything we've seen in past Bethesda games.
Known throughout the settled system.
Also, you have this really cool, you could hear, if you listen, I know I'm talking a lot, but you could hear the sound of the storm raging outside.
Neon started out as a fishing platform, but is now known throughout the settled systems as a pleasure city, where almost anything goes.
Now, one of the big questions is whether or not there's going to be underwater, any kind of underwater. So you have Neon, which is on an aquatic world, and it was built in this aquatic world. And then you have a creature like this that's mounted to the ceiling. Not sure if this is a skeleton or just a carving, but, you know, can we find this? Can we go into the water and find something like this? I would hope so. One of the big things about Bethesda games is they never really include a very detailed underwater environments, but I would love to see it.
If you've got morality issues, this definitely isn't the job for you.
Aurora. Yeah, here we go. So from the Xenofresh Corporation, we have Aurora, which, as we know from some of the, and also again, listen to the music differentiating from the United Colonies to Aquila to, or I should say, New Atlantis to Aquila to now Neon, how Enon has done all these different sounding tones. But we know from the job listing you have, this is presumably the fish that Aurora, I think it's a safe assumption, the fish that Aurora is harvested from. You do have a really nice depth of field, natural built-in depth of field effect, and we do know from the, which I haven't finished this sentence, but from the ESRB rating, that you can actively take part in manufacturing Aurora, selling it, trading it. So this is probably where you come to do it. Well, not probably. This is where you come to do it. Again, the lighting, the purples and the pinks. Something like this, the creativity. Neon, I think, will be one of my favorite cities in the game because it just has that complete ostentatious nature, and we're getting such a good look at it here. It really is the most comparable to son of a gun. Mass Effect. Why is it? I've played Mass Effect 3 times all the way through. The meteor, god damn it. Omega. Also, just small little detail here. I know that some people do have a problem. One, we have a weapon. Not sure if this weapon is displaying kind of the modification. It does look like there's an extended magazine that's put here. We also do have a symbol that's not quite radiation. Broken bone, perhaps? Maybe this is a sign that you could actually break limbs in the game. That does, to me, look a bit like a broken bone, which would be really cool if they had that. It's a system in Bethesda games that hasn't been around for a long time. But just for people who get motion sick, you do have this cursor in the center, which helps with motion sickness. So that's great as far as accessibility goes. Thankfully, I'm lucky enough where I don't have a lot of those issues that others do, but I try to be aware of it so I can at least notice it for others that do. But if you notice anything, then be sure to point it out.
Reunion is hiring.
I want to listen to exactly what she's saying because she said Reunion is hiring, but just trying to look at Freestar Rangers. So this is under one of the big things is who exactly has control over Neon, and we have Freestar Rangers. So presumably the Freestar Collective is the one that truly does. What is this? Kuchi Market? Kuichi? Kachi? Akuchi Market. All the advertisements too, we saw them in New Atlantis. We're getting different posters and advertisements here as well. These are no doubt all important NPCs.
This definitely isn't the job for you.
All important NPCs that we could come across. That's the only reason they'd be highlighted. Just a small little wiggle. This guy kind of starts freaking out. His physics get a bit wonky as he's colliding. Very, very briefly, but did notice that.
Reunion is hiring the best and brightest of today for our future tomorrow.
Reunion is hiring the best and brightest of today for our future tomorrow. So not much really there.
Is hiring the best.
Wonder though if you could join Reunion Industries, right? And you could sort of go undercover, because we know that you could join these different factions: Freestar Collective, United Colonies, Vanguard, SysDef, whoever. But something like Reunion Industries, which is an actual corporate lifestyle, if you could start off that way. And then we do know that there's I think a background that kind of builds you into that. So if you have that, then you could lead into it. And when they mention later on how traits come into play, cool outfits too. That says enhanced in the background, but back there, really, really big on the cyberpunk vibes. So you have cyberpunk mixed with Red Dead mixed with just, I guess, Starfield.
Future tomorrow.
Everyone.
I'm curious what you might have done.
It's been chewed up and ground up by Neon. Try not to get yourself killed, all right?
I know this is just preset blood, but plenty of it there. Like the stuffed animal chilling on the shelf over here. And then we have a board game, maybe? Solar Frontiers?
Outside the bounds of civilized space, there are still plenty of unclaimed systems to explore, but these areas are also home to the most hostile factions in the galaxy.
Yes, this has been one that you could pledge. There's a trait as it relates to the serpent, and here we get a bit of a look at him.
The great serpent hungers.
The Great Serpent hungers, and these are the types of armor that you could expect. We know that the Crimson Fleet has their own distinct armor. This seems like the cult of the Serpent. Thank you, Jonas, for continuing. And yes, Jonas is right. Thank you, everybody.
All heathens shall be made dust in time.
Oh, nice. Okay, so laser weapons, which are much more accurate. We have a 3 kilovolt laser cartridge 54, modified Equinox, and then we get a bit of a look at, I love the particle effects that come off of this weapon. Good look at kind of and then the Varun Zealot. So the Varun Zealot and the Cult of the Serpent are intertwined in some capacity. And then we have 2 quest markers that the player is going for in SY920. This is a new weapon that we haven't seen before, but again, one of the cool things that I really do like is that you don't need to necessarily, you could completely mod out this. You could get a mod that hides the UI, and you could just see your ammo right through here, which is great. Charge out of 100. This says charge 105. I wonder if that's like percentage. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, because he fires 4 shots at once, perhaps? No, because then it goes down to 4. Just interesting little note. Parima System, Parima 3, Red Mile.
A new face. Is this the face of a brave runner here to challenge the Red Mile?
So these are all of the little factions that we really haven't heard much about, that we've been speculating about. The Red Mile is a faction I don't think has ever really come out. So what does that say? Does that say... oh, it just says Blackjack. Blackjack. It's a casino. Okay, so this is a casino right here. That says Blackjack. So some of these factions we've never really seen.
Mile.
Also, just in case it wasn't already expected.
Here to challenge the Red Mile.
No, come on, come on. Work with me for a bit, all right? Go back. Let's take a look at...
A new face. Is this the face of...
Yeah, so just if anybody needed confirmation of it, just solidifying it right here, right now, that you can have facial tattoos.
A brave runner here to challenge the Red Mile.
Crimson Fleet Headquarters, Crix System, the key.
They think the galaxy is...
What did that poster say? Oh, just the United Colonies become part of a better future. No.
Is theirs. They are wrong.
So this is kind of cool because we can actually see just from this alone that the Crimson Fleet are powerful enough where they took on whatever their main base of operations is. We can already see that they have been strong enough to take over a United Colonies base. So, oh, and that's funny, SUCKS. Very clever. But yeah, oh, and this says Operations Center? Operations Center. I wonder if this was a prison. I wonder if this was formerly a prison that they then took over in order to gain control of it. But also attention to detail in the environment as well, just being able to, you know, that they're maximizing their storage. You could see that they're bundling it to the ceiling, as you would in any kind of a space freighter. So love the way that the environments are detailed.
They are wrong.
Wonder how many of these NPCs actually have anything interesting to say versus how many are just going to go, hey, sup, need something? as is common when you build out the amount of NPCs that we have here.
It belongs to the Crimson Fleet.
I wonder if this can actually improve your skills. I like when games do little things like you can sit down, you can work out for a little bit, and then you get a temporary buff to your strength or something. I know it's cheesy. I know that's not really realistic or how it works, but it's fun to me.
It always has.
I'm not sure. It seems to me... What is this going on right here? That just seems like it makes it very difficult to see. Another cool-looking new weapon. Reminds me a bit of a Mauser, a German World War II pistol. But... it seems like they kind of changed this, because we've seen this scene before where the guy shoots him point blank. I don't think it was this individual, and I don't think it was this guy, and I don't think they had this scene playing out. So curious if this is the same scene and they've changed it since the last time we saw it, or if it's just an entirely different scene.
In Starfield, we're...
Wonder what weather effect that is. Is it just snow? Or this looks too dark to be snow. Is it ash? Can we go to volcanic planets? I would really love to see just ash and soot coming down from the sky. That'd be really cool. I'm assuming there has to be one like that out there. Feel like you're walking through Mordor. Aquila as well. Aquila, it's great to see it from this angle. Just because I love... There's a little rover out there as well.
Our city is...
It's not moving, though. It's not moving. But I do love the fact that even this is what? What do you think? Twice the size of Whiterun, maybe? At the very least, 1.5 times larger than Whiterun. And that's not including the density. Even if it is, let's just say hypothetically it was the same size. That doesn't incorporate the density of what's going on. And we see some of those shots earlier. We will see some more of them. There's a lot of bustling activity.
And settlements further than...
And you could even see, like here, again, I know it's maybe a bit nitpicky, maybe it's a bit boring, I might be gushing a bit too much, but you can see all the NPCs going on about their schedules, walking through here, and there's a lot of them. The scale, this is something that they actively call out later on in the showcase, but being able to just walk up next to your ship, and this is a phenomenal shot of showing the people next to how big these things really are. And we've actually seen this entryway before. We've seen this exact shot almost.
It's all there.
The Paradiso. I don't know what planet this is on. I like that you have all these different variations of Vasco. But it's cool to see that you also have these normal parts of the solar system, which I'm really excited to get. I'm really excited to get later on into the space encounters. There's a specific section that I was just like, oh my god! So I can't wait for that. But, you know, I love this. And again, talking about attention to the clothing and just making the world feel lived in, right? You have all the different outfits, but if you were walking around and we're seeing different bathing suits on the NPCs, you could collect different bathing suits. Like, I just love that attention to detail. So let's see if we can't find a lot of different variations in the beach outfits that they wear. Cool. Is this neon? I want to say this has to be neon, right? That's an aquatic creature for sure. Different than the one that Aurora is coming from. But what would actually be really cool, and this is just pure speculation, but one of the things that would be really, really neat is actually if they harvest Aurora, because this is what they grow into. If they don't harvest it and they don't kill the creatures young, this is what they turn into. So it's better off to kill them, and you get the benefit of Aurora to sell. I don't know. This looks like it says Xenon? Xeno?
A slice of humanity's future.
Yeah, so the concern for me still does remain. It's insanely less. If you would have asked me 5-6 months ago how I felt about some of this, I would have went, I would have been a lot more hesitant. But you know, if the location, the point of interest, let's say, is all the way over here, and you're standing all the way over here, and you're like, all right, guess I'll just run straight across this barren moon to get to the interesting thing. That to me doesn't really excite me. So, seeing... that's a good noise. Seeing those types of things is really cool. So if they're able to figure that out, having that density, you land close enough where you're exploring interesting areas. That's all I need to see.
So, ready to get out there?
1000% ready to get out there. I just want to check out what you have. I like how they ended that segment, your quest segment, with that. But this is cool. Little model of the universe down there. I just want to check any... you can't really... Neutrinos? Yeah, neutrinos. Okay. Trying to be proactive in finding some interesting things with that, but... Neutrinos! Interesting.
Throughout the galaxy, there are so many...
Okay, this is actually really cool too. So, you do have bounties that might be... I wonder if it's specific to the faction. I'm assuming it's going to be specific to the faction, but you could actually see it here. So, how is that going to play out when you fly into the system? Are you immediately going to get pinged and flagged and they're going to come attack you? Do you have an opportunity? Skyrim... in Skyrim, as long as your bounty wasn't too high, you could just, the guards would try to talk to you first. And then if it got over a certain amount, then they would just attack you on sight. So I wonder how they're improving the crime and punishment system, which we really don't get a look at all. These 3 dots are still eluding me. I have no idea what they might mean. And it looks like this is a different symbol. These 2 actually look like different symbols from what we've seen before. And this is, oh, we're in the Sol system as well. So you can see, here's all of our plan. Let's see. My very excellent, here's Earth. Yes, I had to do My Very Excellent Mother to figure that out. Here we go. Here is Earth. And it has a location of interest, a point of interest on it. There's a map marker directly there. So you can definitely land on it.
Things to see and
oh wait, we actually get a snapshot. What does it say? What does it say? Fauna. No. Oh, we blew it up. We blew it up. Oh no, that's Mars. Oh, I thought that was Earth. Wait. My very. Oh, is that Earth? Did I count? I'm trying to count the rings. Oh, we don't get to see it. All right, that's Earth. There's still a symbol on Earth though. There's still. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I don't know our solar system. No, I was just going based on these rings, and it looked to me like this was the 3rd planet. So, that's the only confusion I had. But this is where Sidonia is located, so that's what this symbol might be. That might be for Sidonia. But you do have a point of interest over here. I got really excited.
And stories too.
It's interesting, too, that Sidonia and the Sol system appear to be a level 1 location in the game. I suspect that they have... they knew players would want to go here first. And so they made the Sol system a very low-level system, so you could go there and find out what happened to Earth.
See, and stories to experience.
Another new weapon. I'm just looking if there's anything here.
But the most important story is the one that you tell.
Character named Terra, level 2. Star map, skills, nothing... also still using the frontier, the hull integrity. So it is nice that your ship doesn't just automatically repair itself. You actively need to go and find or go and find places to repair your ship. Still not 100% on what certification means. Is that just for, like, you can highlight a particular skill and then track the progress of this skill, and that's when you get certification? That's my best guess. That's my best guess. Ashta, the weapon Ashta Tamer. Oh, this might be a quest reward weapon. So one of the things that Bethesda games historically, in my opinion, kind of struggle with is the unique weapons. There's always these mods you see for Fallout, for Skyrim, uniques. It's one of the best mods you could download for those games. Super simple. But this Ashta Tamer might be a unique quest weapon shotgun that you get. I'm curious if they've improved that element of the game by making the uniques actually more unique.
I'm the type of person who spends hours in character creation, and I think people are going to be really excited when they see all of the improvements we've made.
Yeah, this is just the level of attention to detail that Bethesda promotes. We saw it with the ship design, how every button, and they talked about this with Fallout 4 too. If you remember when Todd Howard was showing Fallout 4 and he's showing the concept for it, he's like, every single button has a purpose and does a thing, and you could see them all doing it. So they love that attention to detail. Oh, this is an interesting, there's a barcode, what looks like a barcode on her face. She's tattooed with a barcode, and she has what looks like a QR code on her back. But you could see the details with how they outline each element of the pieces. Yeah, I don't want to spend too long on that. Self-explanatory. Let's just take a look back.
One of the biggest overhauls was done through
looking too deep. Maybe looking too deep.
We scanned a wide range of faces from different age groups and ethnicities, and by mixing and matching out that data, we were able to create highly detailed and diverse characters.
We use that exact system to create all of the characters and NPCs you're going to see in the game. So any character you see almost always is a character you...
Yeah, complexion, scars, facial forms 1 and 2, tattoos. This is great. I love this. A bit expected. Notice the grass not moving as the character walked through it. That is not the biggest, the worst, excuse me, that's not the worst thing for the game not to have if the grass doesn't move, but it's that subtle detail is nice when you have that environment interactivity, but nothing necessarily is going to be lost because of it. Yeah, the character creator looks great, and the one thing that excited me when they showed this off live was 1000% that this is also the technology fueling Elder Scrolls 6, which is amazing, and they're just going to improve it further for that game. And as a hardcore Elder Scrolls fan, I'm really looking forward to that. One thing that I was really hoping for that they would have announced was a companion app for Starfield at this event, and I thought a really cool way to do that was you just allow players to create their characters before the game comes out. So when the game comes out, I don't spend 3 hours making a character instead of actually playing it. And I thought a cool way to do that was if, similar to Mass Effect, it creates a ID for your character, and I thought this would be a cool way to do it through this employee number, and it changes based on the customization that you do, so that way you could just kind of plug in that employee number to the game when it comes out, and it automatically pulls in all the information of the way you customize your character. Unfortunately, no such thing seems to be in place.
You could make yourself.
Hey, come on. Okay, take it easy.
I want to just highlight this moment because again, it's the animation systems and the way that the NPCs interact a lot more believably and realistically, and they're not just standing there like this, like, hey, you're awake, good, you have a job to do. You know what I'm saying? Not that robotic, so just keep an eye on it.
Hey, come on. Okay, take it easy. You were out cold.
So again, the facial details look really great to me. I really like the expression that you get on their faces. She's carrying the artifact. I'm assuming you're the one that found it. We know that you start as a miner. I'm assuming that you are the one who finds it. I'm just gonna do something really quick. No. Yeah, I'm assuming that you're the one who finds it. And I'm curious as to why these guys don't really seem to care that she's literally carrying this mystical artifact that everybody's enamored by.
Physical damage. Mentally, the jury's still out.
Good voice acting as well.
New recruit for Argos Extractors?
Subtle too with the lighting. They mentioned how the planets are doing lighting in real time, but I also like that you could follow the shadow coming from his head onto his own body as he moves around.
Ring any bells? Any of this look familiar?
Shirley Curry! That's definitely Shirley. Is that supposed to be Shirley Curry? Skyrim Grandma, for those who might not know.
You start your character creation.
Just want to take a look at some of the presets.
As though you're cycling through employee records.
I really do like that you can actually play as like this old man in the game. The idea of going around as this old mustached space cowboy for some reason is enticing to me.
Employee records. You'll pick from a lineup of 40 presets.
They look good too. They look good. Maybe for some people they might say it looks a little like clay a bit, if you will. Some of the facial hair, if I'm being objectively speaking, as much as I'm looking forward to this game and I think everything they showed off looks stellar, some things like this doesn't look like the greatest facial hair. You're going to be wearing a space helmet half the time and you don't see your face the other half of the time, so big whoop. But I don't think that means we shouldn't kind of point it out to say, hey, Bethesda, like work on some of this stuff when not that I'm gonna rate the game a point lower because the facial hair looks bad. So there you go.
Your journey from there can be as detailed or as quick as you want it to be. This new system has more to offer than ever before.
This was an interesting system. I personally really liked. I wouldn't have even minded if Bethesda just said, the Fallout character creator, that worked great. It's the same thing here. I actually wouldn't mind that because I thought the system where you click on the cheeks and then you move the cheeks, thought that worked really well. I do like the idea though, I will say, I like the idea of having presets so I could just cycle through like the different head shapes and find a preset and then custom tweak it a little bit to make it unique to me. But this looks like a they mentioned how it's the easiest character creation system. I do understand that easier and sometimes more simplistic does come at the cost of customization and your ability to customize. So I do understand some folks who might be saying, I'm not too crazy about it. It seems too on the edge of simple. But based on the amount of NPCs we've seen between here, what we're watching, and if you go back to the original gameplay showcase and they kind of pan through all the different characters, I think you could get a very, very creative, diverse set of appearances for every single playthrough. There's no way.
It's also the simplest.
There's no way you're not going to find something you don't like. This is where he says it's the simplest
character generation system we ever had. We let the player get as close as possible to make whatever they want. With the various facial morphs you can blend together, the dermesthetic and makeup, blemishes, scars, piercings, teeth settings. It's a lot, but I think it's the most fun to use.
Yeah, so I don't think I need to go through it. Teeth was an interest. I wonder how many teeth
character creation
styles
is more than just how you look. This is also where you start to decide who you want to be. That's where backgrounds come in.
None of them have implants. That's an interesting... Yeah, implants has not been something that's been pointed out at any point. Cybernetics and implants, both two things that are not present at all. Thank you for the subscription. I am pleasant. You are pleasant for subscribing. You're absolutely pleasant. I agree with that.
Backgrounds come in.
Yes, let's go through this. Some of these we've already seen, so I apologize if some people get bored, like, we already know this one. For the sake of due diligence, I am going to spend the time looking at every single one that we can. So, Explorer. That's what we're looking at now. They said exploration is a lost art. You didn't listen. As the major factions argued over the space they desperately tried to control, you were busy uncovering the wonders of the settled system. So if you really like Constellation, this one might be great for you. Surveying. Humanity now has access to untold alien worlds, and the ability to decipher all that data whilst on the ground has become an essential skill set. How that plays into gameplay. Astrodynamics. Advanced technology is one thing, but it takes skill, patience, and a little bit of love to coax even more capability out of a ship's grav drive. So yeah, absolutely, you can improve your skills to be able to grav jump further. I do know about the telekinetic skills. We'll get to that. And then lasers. Personal laser weapons are widespread use, and specialized training can increase their effectiveness. So we're gonna get the laser weapons, the grid style weapons. I forgot the exact name. The melee weapons and the physical damage weapons will all seemingly get their own skills, which is good. I like that. It helps to really narrow down your particular build and specialize. Diplomat. I think we've seen this one before, but in the settled systems, you could persuade. Almost anyone with the right skill set can open and run a successful business. Can you start your own businesses? Is this like a fable? We've heard about in-depth economy systems. Is this kind of confirming that a little bit deeper? In-depth economy systems, and maybe something inspired by the likes of the original Fable games, where you can own all these shops and sell and trade goods, especially with the idea that you can become a smuggler and you can make your own smuggling enterprise, and that you can buy and make and sell Aurora, right? All kind of hones in on this idea that you can run businesses, and I like that idea. So that would be really, really cool. Wellness. By embracing an active lifestyle, one may improve the overall sense of health, longer health, or more health.
Backgrounds give you...
Did I miss one there? One snuck by really quick. Cybernetists. So I think we've seen this one as well. The Colony War may have made implants and upgrades available to veterans, but you once saw a greater future. Humans and machines as one. Made implants and upgrades. Boom. We got it. We have implants. We have upgrades. Medicine. Only through advancements in medical training and technology have you been able to withstand the galaxy's many dangers. Yeah, it makes sense that we wouldn't see this as it pertains to skills. There's not going to be like a cybernetic skill. You know, how would you do that with their current upgrade system? You use this skill for this amount of time, and so now you could have more implants. Doesn't make sense. Robotic was changed with security here. Robotic was changed with security. Okay, so this used to be robotics, and now it's security. Well, standardized digital... Okay, so this is lockpicking, and then lasers once again. That's interesting. See, those are the small tweaks that they've been making in order to improve the overall game experience. And, yeah, that's cool.
Let's give you a bit of back.
Cyberrunner, from Neon to New Atlantis, Megacorps to Power, Prestige to Profit. You've worked for and against them on the inside out, sacrificing conscience for credits. You have Stealth, Security, and Theft. These are pretty self-explanatory.
Backstory.
Pistol certification. So not only do you have physical firearms, but then that, I guess, could be further broken down into pistols versus SMGs and the way that the skills level up, which we actually saw that. I'm saying that as if it's new. It's technically not. We've already seen that a bit.
And start you out with
Chef Gastronomy, access to brand new worlds because of new ingredients, and there's almost no limit to the delicious foods that you can prepare. So once again, cooking is making a return. I like cooking. I'm glad it's here. That's awesome. This is kind of like the lucky perks that you can get where you find more loot in containers, and then melee weapons with dueling. Yeah, silenced weapons, dueling, melee, stealth.
with 3 basic
Plenty of
skills.
stuff. I like that the chef comes with melee weapons.
From chef to Dusty. You know, the crew still has a betting pool about which restaurant critic you must have crossed to wind up here.
Yeah, so this is the same lady. This is exactly the same lady, right? That we see. Where are we? We're at 14 minutes. Yeah. So her lines are really, really important. Let's take another listen.
You out with 3 basic skills.
From chef to Dusty. You know, the crew still has a betting pool about which restaurant critic you must have crossed to wind up here.
Which restaurant critic you must have crossed to wind up here? So, once again, we know that you start as a minor. Seems to me that indicates more of a prison sentence than just you're a minor for this company because voluntarily so. That's cool. I like the prisoner theory, and it follows this trend of Bethesda games starting underground, from Fallout to Elder Scrolls when you're in prisons that are typically below ground. Both Oblivion did this and Skyrim did this, and now subsequently you start as a minor underground as well. So you get to, that's the again, the step out moment is undoubtedly going to be when you get out of the mines into the world and you walk around. Probably, maybe that's around New Atlantis. Probably, I would hope somewhere else because we've already seen a good look at New Atlantis, and they said they weren't going to spoil that step out moment. Do you think the implants will be interior, as in you can't see them? I would hope that you can see. I would hope that you can see. Thank you, Chris Harris, for the $10 super chat. Keep up the good work, man. The stream is hopping. Yes, a lot of folks in here. If you're just lurking and watching, thank you. Please do continue. Please do enjoy it. Welcome to the crew, Darcy McQuarrie.
Next to me.
We're not stopping. We're only 15 out of 45 minutes. How long has this stream been going on? I don't know. So, yes. You start off as a minor and you're not there by choice, and I like that. And it maybe, perhaps we could kind of, because he says you can get your UC citizenship earlier on. They say, do you want to join Vanguard, perhaps even get your UC citizenship? Where in the galaxy are you coming from that you don't have UC? I know why they do it, because they want you to be a blank slate, and not being a citizen of any given faction helps to do that. But what I will say is, does this, you starting off as a mining prisoner, kind of give an illusion as to where you might have begun? Like, why do you not have citizenship? Where did you start that you were a chef, or that you were doing some of these backgrounds and traits that you can start as, that you're suddenly in prison and you're starting off as a nobody without identification?
What's great
Food
about
for thought.
backgrounds is you never know when yours is going to come in handy.
Again, the lighting and the real-time shadow casting. I apologize if I keep repeating the same thing, but it's just, I need to. You also have the quest marker down here again. We're on Jemison. Dawn's Roost, the restaurant that we're in. But this is one of the aspects that I'm really looking forward to. I like when games give you different options, and I don't mind, this might not be the popular opinion, but I don't mind when games lock you out of content based on choices you make, whether it's during a quest or based on your character creation. And this seems to be locking players, or not locking players out of content, but providing content based on your I guess you could argue
You could be in the middle
tit for tat, but
of a fancy restaurant talking to some guy, and suddenly you learn he needs a beast hunter to help.
yeah, exactly. So if you're not a beast hunter, you can't get this quest. And this is very possible. It's very possible. Welcome, Sammed Man. Thank you for joining. We're going to get to see the Adoring Fan right here in Starfield later. One of my favorite parts of the whole showcase. But this to me is one thing that will make this feel unrewarding. And I don't think this is just maybe a poor example that Bethesda is showing off. But what I will say is that the Beast Hunter and all of the other things that you can do need to play a bigger role, especially in things like Persuasion, which they almost certainly will. They almost certainly will. But what I will say is if it's just, I chose Beast Hunter and now I could go do this miscellaneous quest where I kill 5 beasts, does that really feel rewarding for me having taken that trait unless it leads to something more? Welcome, Will Christopher, and thank you for joining. Does that lead to more interesting things? You go on the beast hunting quest, but then it actually turns out that you get wrapped into this conspiracy, and then it goes on this whole laundry chain list of exploring the galaxy and the solar system and all that great stuff. Similar to, you kind of get sucked down a rabbit hole similar to the Markarth quests in Skyrim, where if you go to, Nobody Leaves, oh man, really tested my knowledge. I haven't played Skyrim in a long time. Nobody Leaves, it's not Ember Shard Mine. You know the one. You know the one. All right. Oh no, this is just a normal. Okay, so this quest is not exclusive to someone with the Beast Hunter. This just gives you a bonus. So I'm even looking at this the wrong way. I apologize. This is, I'll do it, but given my skill set, I'm worth twice. If you didn't have Beast Hunter, then you could still track down the beast. But again, if Bethesda took the time to make only a Beast Hunter could do this quest, I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think that's a bad thing.
Help track down a monster.
Fine. I probably should stick to professionals anyway, given what happened the last...
You could notice during the footage that there's kind of this film grain effect as well. I hope that you can... I know that gives it this maybe older school style sci-fi feeling experience. I hope you could turn it off. I don't really like film grain too much. I think it just adds this artificial post effect that you don't really need. Same with motion blur.
We're giving you the option to customize your build even further by letting you pick up to 3 traits. Traits are completely optional, and they come with their own advantage.
Oh, I'm completely skipping past some of these. Let's see. Now, I cannot on the spot, while we're doing this, tell you if things have slightly changed. But if anybody does have a, perfect memory, eidetic memory, you grew up as a member of the Sanctum Universum. This is a faction that we have not yet seen. You gain access to a special chest full of items in New Atlantis, but lose access to the House of the Enlightened chest. So, again, I don't think we've seen the Sanctum Universum, or maybe if we go back and watch some of the New Atlantis footage, we could try to find out where they might be. I wasn't exactly paying attention for that. Where the House of Enlightened might be is different, but we do get this nice religion in the game, which is important to help flesh out the world and make it feel believable. So I absolutely love that.
Optional.
This is the exact opposite. So there you go. Can't be combined with any other religion trait. Now that might be different, because I think before, if I remember correctly, and I might be getting this wrong, but if I remember correctly, if you choose something like Raised Enlightened, it just locked you out of the opposite. So Raised Enlightened would lock you out of Raised Universal, and vice versa. This says any other religion trait, so something like Serpent's Embrace might be a religion trait, and you can't do that. That's interesting. Rad worshipping lunatic.
No, and they come with their...
That's a good. You grew up on the mean streets. You gain access to special dialogue options from some missions on Neon. Crime bounty by other factions is greatly increased. I like this a lot. Not for a first playthrough. Not for a first playthrough, but for a second playthrough, I want to be full on Neon kid. Great. This is cool though. I don't know when it says you get better dialogue options on Neon. I don't know how restrictive this is. Like, are you going to feel in a way a bit punished for taking this trait because it only applies to this very specific circumstance when you're on Neon, which, given Neon's huge and you're going to be spending a lot of time there and there's a lot to do on it, I'm sure, but anywhere outside of that, it's like, well, you get nothing out of it. So curious.
With their own advantage.
Yes, you can visit your parents. You automatically send 2% of your credits home to them every single week. I want to meet my parents. I think I would maybe do kid stuff.
And
less oxygen when adventuring alone. Great.
Disadvantages.
The annoying, adoring fan. Yes, we're gonna get.
You could choose to meet your biggest fan.
Vectera, by Vectera, by Vectera. Is it really, really?
This is my favorite part. I'm sorry. You've seen him. I love the Adoring Fan. This is literally... It might have been used to be 10% for kid stuff. If they lowered it down to 2%, honestly, bring it back up to 10%. Like, unless there's really no benefit to having your parents alive. The man of the hour, the legend, the myth, the hero of every single Bethesda game. I love this to death that he made it here. And it's the same voice actor as well that's doing it. It used to be 10%. Interesting, they lowered it to 2. I wonder if that kind of highlights the lack of importance. It is a Pokemon reference, but I wonder if that highlights the lack of importance of that trait. It's interesting, though. He brings up... This is one of the cool systems. Now, I've previously talked about this with some other folks, Red Wolf Renegade in particular, where... Or actually with Lorefield. I spoke to this with Lorefield, where we mentioned how it's not really immersive to find an NPC and then you just see like a list of stat blocks that just pops up and says, I'm good at this and this and this, and you just see their skills laid out. And that's actually exactly what's happening, but it really isn't all that intrusive. It reminds me a lot of Fallout Shelter, to be honest, where you kind of see, and he's good too at weightlifting. I don't know how weightlifting is going to help you, but there you go. It is cool, though, that if you... One thing that I really like about this system as a whole is I'm assuming that if you bring along the Adoring Fan and you don't have the scavenging trait and you don't have the concealment trait, he passes it on to you. That's at least what I would hope to see, because that really emphasizes the benefits of bringing along certain companions and makes it feel more like a tactical decision who you're going to take along with you. And I like that. I love when there's this idea of tactics. Raised has always been you can't equip with other religion. The upper right corner is blocked by my face. Thank you for pointing that out. There we go. So you have these skills here. This is what I'm talking about here. So I would love if there is the idea that you can gain these by bringing, because it makes it more of a tactical decision, which is one of the special things about RPGs, is that you have this consequence for playing a certain way and for choosing certain things and going down certain paths. But you can offset that if you do certain things in the game, such as taking along the Adoring Fan or anybody else you might meet. So I really do like this. I just want to listen to it. I just want to relish in the glory that is the Adoring Fan for a second, though.
He'll join your crew, and he'll give you gifts, if you're willing to put up with his constant commentary.
I can't believe I get to stand near you, breathing the same air. I've got to have every molecule.
My favorite trait is...
I don't know if this is intentional, if we go back a little bit. His animation, it looks like almost as though he kind of gets caught in his facial animation where he's like saying something and then the game says, nope, do this facial animation. Just look really closely, you'll kind of see it.
Molecule.
See that smile, that and then he just stops.
Breathing the same air. I've got to have every molecule.
My favorite
but yeah, I love how he's actually really creepy.
trait is kid stuff. You have to pay some credits to support your parents, but they're very sweet and it's really fun to go visit.
Oh, so we're actually getting a look at kid stuff, and I don't know, I'm curious as to whether or not the house will actually change based on other factors. If their appearance will change based on certain things, that would be pretty cool. I know that they kind of tried to do that for Fallout 4 with Sean.
Honey, we got ourselves a visitor.
Oh my god!
I came across some hostile zealots in space, but because I had chosen a trait that...
We're gonna get a little bit of this later on, but I love the fact that you can target individual systems on the ship.
Made me the same religion as them. I was able to get by without any issue.
So yes, this emphasizes that we are going to be able to have dialogue in space from ship to ship. You can communicate on comms, send outbound transmissions. So that is stellar. They've really welcome Yeeton. Nice name, Yeeton Yeti. Love the stream. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it, genuinely. So, yeah, I love the idea. They've really blown me away. I was nervous about the ship stuff, if I am being honest. You could go back and watch some of my old videos. I'm not taking it down because it's there. It was my opinion at the time, but I think, if anything, the idea is that it highlights that I'm open to change and I'm open to changing my perspective and that sort of thing, or just arguments. If people argue, I'm willing to change my point of view if you make something that can convince me. But previously in other videos, it's a video titled something along the lines of things that could ruin Starfield, and I mentioned that flyable ships was one of them. I was very, very nervous about vehicles and flyable spaceships in the game because I'm, of course, used to Skyrim's my favorite game, for context, and I'm used to that small, contained world that's very personal and very handcrafted, and everything about it is designed in that way with that in mind. So now you're going to this where there's a lot of procedural generation, and an old guy like, well, I say old guy, but an old brain like mine goes, ugh, scary, new stuff. But they've really blown it out of the water with things such as this. But let's continue. Examine the satellite, talk to Sarah. The old neighborhood. So there is, we actually did know this, but a little bit of further confirmation that the main quest line does bring you back to the Sol system. And it's presumably because we saw that this is actually interesting. This is actually really interesting because we saw that the Sol system was a level 1 system. So I guess actually they did say that before in an interview, that you go to the Sol system very early on. But here's further confirmation of that. I'm just remembering retroactively things that have been said in the past. But yeah, we do know the Sol system's level 1 is probably one of the first places that they send you to, actually.
There's another great one that gives you a damage buff when your health is low, but mercenaries will randomly show up and try to kill you.
Yeah, this is to be expected. Bethesda's done this before. The wanted perk. I just want to. I want to hear him detail it a little bit more.
It's low, but mercenaries will randomly show up and try to kill you. No matter what you choose, there will be plenty of ways for you.
Yeah, so we've seen this guy before, actually. Diplomat. Let's clear, not getting the job done. So let me try. I wonder which of these will bring you to their new persuasion system. Is it going to be clear? Like there'll be a sign that says persuade. It's clear you're not getting the job, so let me try. Or does it just happen organically during conversation? You don't know what's going to lead to persuasion. That you know, curious.
You to tell your story.
Yeah, and then here we have the example of the persuasion system. So I've done this before when I first took a look at this, but I can really easily, or I can explain this as clear as possible, which is that basically you could see the difficulty of each of these choices. You have this persuasion meter. Now, the goal of dialogue and persuasion is that you need to fill this meter here on the bottom. And you do that by picking not just one, but a series of persuasion options and passing or failing them. So you can start off very easy, right? You do like a +1, and it's a very easy skill check. You pass it, you have 1 point of persuasion out of however many are here. I'm not going to count them. And you have a certain amount of turns to fully fill up that bar. But obviously, things that are worth more points are more difficult to do. Now, this is a peculiar circumstance where you have +4 for this line and +4 for this line. Not sure why. But also interesting is this line here. I wonder if this is done in such a way because you need to technically get to this spot in order to convince them. But if you can cross this really thin line, then you actually get a bonus if you completely fill the bar. So that's actually a really cool thing. And then you do have auto persuade, which I guess if you don't want to go through all these lines of dialogue, I'm glad that they included this here for players that want that option. You can just choose to completely run through it. The game will choose the best options for you to min, max, and you either pass or fail. It kind of brings it back to the older style of Bethesda games where it's like, here's the check, and then you're done. So if you do want to auto persuade, I like that that's there. I won't probably be using it. I'd want to hear all the dialogue and play the game. But I know some people don't like minigames. This is a minigame.
And if you want to remove a trait, there are ways to do that too.
What a view! It's a feast for the eyes. Off we go to another adventure.
We'll let you.
Oh man, don't disrespect the adoring fan like that. He's so coming around with me. Yeah, this is a cool spot. I'm gonna just turn this down to, I think, half speed for just a second, just because I really do like the diversity in the outfits that we get. You know, I think they do a really cool job. We haven't necessarily seen the armor system fully detailed, where, again, do you have the shoulder plates, the body, the legs, or the greaves, the boots, and then the helmet? We know that you have the helmet and then the chest at the very least. So, curious exactly how this armor system works. Also, I don't know if this is just something I'm noticing now, but people, when they do and don't wear gloves, is that tied to the planet you're on? Or is that tied to the outfits you wear? Small detail that doesn't really matter, but I'm noticing it now. Yeah, the detail on all of these is epic. I would love to see a mod too. I would love to see a mod, which this is one of the coolest things about modding. I would love to see one where when you go into first person, if you're wearing a helmet like this, it actually immersively kind of recreates the view that you might have from inside this visor. So obviously you could imagine something like this. Doesn't seem too practical to wear, but that would be neat. And then even simple, one of the things I really appreciate about Bethesda games as well is it's not just the armor, it's also the normal clothes. And you could find and pick up any amount of normal clothes, and here you have regular caps and you know, stuff like that. Todd's leather jacket. Yeah, I'd love to see a first-person mod where you kind of get this. This seems like a heavier set of armor. I wonder if you can customize like you could in Fallout 4 the paint styles as well. Normal clothes. You might be part of a... Wait a second, hold on here. You see this? Was this not the same as the gentleman from the Crimson Fleet that we saw earlier? I'm not going to be able to find it. Was it somewhere around here? This gentleman that's gonna shoot the other guy. Where is he? Yeah, look at that. There we go. That's definitely it. You have the middle one that's slightly shorter than the two on the sides. I don't know where we were. I should have checked before I did that. We're in character creation. And then where was that lady? Right there. She looks too nice to be part of the Crimson Fleet. I don't know. Anyway. Interesting. Yeah, I'm just gonna go through this slowly just because I want to really there we go. Do we see this at some point during the showcase? What they're... Oh, there we go. Oh, you're just mapping out Starfield. Test. Any secrets in here? The reaching to... We actually see this scene. We do actually see this scene at some point. I think in the other trailer.
Once you've built the perfect character, that's when your journey can really begin. We took what we loved about skills and perks from our previous games and put them together to create an all-new skill system.
I love the fact that they made an octopus on land. And here you get an example of some of the distant locations that you could find. But again, one of the things about Starfield is you're going to have this one location, and then there's large, massive gaps between this and anything else on the planet. So that's going to appeal to some people. We're on Nirvana too. That's going to appeal to some people, not appeal to other people. Some people will be on the fence a bit.
Each time you level...
Also, I just want to try to take a mental note. This is the Grendel right here, the Grendel submachine gun. And I noted it before as to whether or not the image at the bottom actually correlates to any modifications that you put on the weapon. So if we ever see the Grendel again, check if that's different.
Level up, you get a skill point, which can be used to unlock or rank up skill. Up, you get a skill point.
All right, this we need to go through very... Beowulf. Oh, this might be a named version of it. Beowulf. This might be a named version. But look, he has 818 out of 135 mass. What happened? Was this a test build? Was this a test build where they, because often when developers are just trying to capture footage for the sake of a conference like this, they'll have tons of things, and they might have like a console command where it allows them to just move with infinite carry weight or whatever. So planet gravity, it could be tied to the planet's gravity so that you could carry more, but then this is a little bit confusing, isn't it? It's a little bit confusing in that it says this should, if it's because of gravity, then theoretically this number should change as well to reflect that.
Which can be used to unlock.
So in an age where robots, autonomous turrets are employed in a capacity, the study of robotics is instrumental in gaining. That is the robotics trait right there.
Rank up skills.
Doesn't exactly say what it does. Payloads. Any pilot can haul cargo, but it takes special determination and training to maximize. So there you go. I guess that's useful if you are trying to just get, if you're trying to do the smuggler, you know, type route. This is just lockpicking. You can attempt to hack expert locks, and 3 attempts can be banked. Rings now turn blue when the pick can be slotted. So this one is important to highlight just simply because I appreciate that Bethesda, one of the things that usually bothers me about level systems, not in a bad way, but I just kind of go, okay, is when the skill is strictly limited to, you can now unlock this lock. This is what they do in Fallout. You hit level 50, you can now do advanced locks. You hit level 75, you can now do expert locks, and so on and so forth, right? I really appreciate that not only do you get the ability to hack those extra locks, but you also get additional things on top of that. So it feels more beneficial. And it doesn't just feel like, oh, I have to take this because I want to be able to pick locks, and that's just a useful thing to do in any game of this nature. So if all of the skills follow similar suits, that's great. I would also like to see, it doesn't necessarily have to be here, but I would also really like to see non-offensive skills and how they could be used offensively, because you take some mods that you could see in a game like Skyrim where they turn the restoration skill into something offensive, and that to me is fun because it now gives you a whole new way to play the game. And just as a quick note, again, for the sake of thoroughness, you have physical, social, combat, science, and tech for all the skill trees. Unfortunately, we don't get a huge look at all of them, but it just gives us more to explore when the game does come out.
Ranks are unlocked by completing challenges associated with that skill.
Yeah, it's a novice lock. Oh, that's interesting. We actually kind of see the way that the digipick works. Very, very briefly. So I mean, he just looks at the door and then it remotely hacks it in a way. But that's cool. It's cool that they have an actual animation, kind of like when you enter terminals in Fallout 4, that plays. So you go to unlock the door, you pull the thing up, and then when he's done, he pulls it back down from his from view.
Challenges become increased.
Intimidation. Yes, these are the types of things. The ability to strike fear, causing them to flee so that you can escape or attack first, can prove critical in a battle. You can force an NPC up to 10 levels higher to flee for a limited time. Up to 20 levels below your level. Intimidated targets now flee for a substantial amount of time. So, with intimidation, it doesn't just get them to stop combat. I know a big thing is the ability to do passive playthroughs of Bethesda games. At least from here, maybe you could just keep intimidating an enemy over and over, but it doesn't last forever. They eventually, I guess, get their confidence back and come towards you again.
Increasingly difficult as you work your way to higher ranks.
Now they say it gets increasingly difficult as you get to higher ranks, but they provide this example, which doesn't necessarily seem more difficult. It just seems you need to do more of it, because it goes to get rank 2, you need to successfully intimidate 25 people. Then rank 3, you need to successfully intimidate 50 people. So he says in the commentary, it gets harder. That's not harder. That's just doing it.
Thanks. With our
Recover from... Okay, yes! Wonderful! This is a great thing for, again, diseases. Diseases in Skyrim, diseases in Fallout, that hardcore playthrough. I love it. It seems to be baked into this experience a bit more, where you have to manage thermal, you have to manage radiation when you go to planet surfaces, and that kind of is getting spread a bit wider with something like here. So now we know that you can get infections, which is completely appropriate when you think about all the different wildlife that you're interacting with. Here we know that this is kind of like a credit chip, so maybe this means you find more credits when you get them. I have no idea. This looks like flying fruit. Intimidate, that looks like he's carrying a sai, like death's sai. So I'm not, to be brutally honest, I'm not even going to try to guess a lot of these. This is probably a melee perk, melee focus perk, but and you could recover from them naturally, which is cool.
5 different skill trees.
Leadership. Sprint 1,000 meters with an active follower. Companions gain 15% keen affinity. So yes, we also know about this. We also know about this affinity system where NPC... Todd Howard has explained, and we didn't really see it here, but Todd Howard explained that you now have more complex relationships with your companions where they'll like you, then they won't like you, and it kind of has this ebb and flow that's a bit more natural. And so having the leadership trait helps to get them more in your favor, which is cool.
And 4 ranks per skill.
We can get a brief look. Outpost management. Cool. Marksmanship, rapid reloading, and the chaos of combat. It's interesting that these don't populate, but this one does. In the chaos of combat, the seconds needed to reload your weapon could be the difference. All right, so faster reloading. Obviously, rapid reloading. Yeah, so I also like that it kind of has this Borderlands style skill tree where you need to invest in the top to work your way down to the more potent perks at the bottom. Here's a bone. Again, I saw earlier that it seemed as though you kind of have the ability to break limbs, and this to me looks like either stronger limbs or you can break limbs easier, but it does seem to have, again, we saw that little symbol in the corner of the compass earlier on that looked to kind of emphasize that. We could get a couple, we could sneak in a couple more of these names. That one unfortunately doesn't show. This one, targeting. Is that maybe a type of VAT system that's making an appearance? Wouldn't mind it. Astrophysics. You scan the moons of the current planet. You have a 10% chance to discover a trait when... Oh, right. Planets can have their own unique traits to them, which probably also will be procedurally generated. You scan the moons of your current planet. You have 10% chance. So not the planet. You scan the moons. You can create improved chems. To be expected.
From.
We could at least just get outpost engineering. So you had another one that was back in the social section that was like outpost management, and in the science section we have outpost engineering. Robotics, we've seen that one. Not exactly sure. Missile weapon systems, particle beam weapon systems, and robotics. Not sure what robotics is, but I do hope that you can kind of deploy turrets as a defense system. I like that. I like that concept.
I like the xenosociology skill because it lets you mind control
Xenosociology skill, which is at the bottom of the social tree. And then hunting thorn mantis. Frenzy, control, flee, pacify.
Boost.
Looks awesome. Can you ride it when you control it? Can you ride it if you control it? How long does it stay controlled? I really hope you can get some mounts. I really hope you can mount them. We're on the planet Verne 2. That's not how I understand the procedural generation to be in the game. Not sure exactly what procedural
boost
generation.
Pack out of the gate. I'm boost packing everywhere.
boost pack training. So maybe more fuel for the boost pack, I'm assuming. That seems like a fair level 1 perk. And then you could see it was a Digipick 6.5mm ammo, the Maelstrom rifle. But the difference between the critical hits and the regular hits is whether you get a red or an orange marker.
I like maxing out my physical tree so I can get neuro strikes and just punch my way through combat.
Anti-personnel calibrated solstice with this gigantic thing around it. That's interesting. And a naval cutlass, United Colonies naval cutlass, 1.5 kilovolts. So I think we saw 3. Did we see 3 kilovolts before? And now we have 1.5. So that's pretty interesting. Look at the amount of enemies on the screen at the same time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 at least. Plus this one who just died, 11. I'm not too sure how many past Bethesda games were able to achieve, but to me, that looks pretty good. Also, the enemies seem to have, this is one of the deep dive parts. This is kind of a DeMarco Dude exclusive as far as we know right now. Enemies have, when you have this we do know there's like electromagnetic damage in the game. Perhaps that works similar to Prey, where if you've ever played Prey, the way that works is you basically need to fill up a bar using a special type of weapon, and if you fill up the bar instead of draining the health bar, then it kills them. Maybe electromagnetic works in a very similar functionality where you pump it up, and if you fill up the bar instead of draining their health, that's how you kill them, which is kind of interesting. But there is an indicator that you're doing that type of damage. Also, just here's a subtle detail that I think is worth pointing out. I love the fact, I would love to play a melee build at some point, but one, nice face paint, for just as far as NPC, volume goes, but the way that she gets punched in the face and then actually goes and holds her face, the weapon kind of gets thrown realistically. I say realistically, that looks floaty, but like it goes in the right direction, right? Which is better than it just dropping to the floor. But yeah, I like that she actually holds on to her head, falls back. Does this guy do the same when you punch him? You kind of punch him in the arm. He falls over, but again, maybe I'm looking too far into it, but you see how his torso kind of twists in the direction that he got punched a bit. Which is cool, right? It's not as though he's just like falling randomly, as far as I can tell. And then because of the gravity, we're on Mars, so because I don't know off the top of my head the gravity on Mars, but we actually see at some point, we saw earlier that the guy kind of floated up because the gravity was lower after you killed him. Anything specific here with you, sir? Yeah, and even, again, he gets punched towards the top of the head. I know from here it doesn't really look like it's making contact. That's just melee combat in these types of games. He also has that similar bar, but he falls back as though he got punched in the head, which is theoretically where he got punched. And then you also have, which is nice, returning... and because the gravity on Mars is low, this guy goes floating away.
That one's a lot of fun.
Eclectic Specialist. Really curious, yeah, as to why, is this guy wearing a particular type of armor, or do we have a particular type of gear that highlights him? We also did identify these symbols earlier before, radiation, and this one represented atmosphere, just as a reminder. Level 42 Ecliptic Mercenary. Ecliptic Specialist.
Skills that suit your playstyle.
I'm very much a stealth player.
That was a cool set of armor. I like that he kind of has this trench coat going on. Again, all the environments feel lived in and detailed.
I'm very much a stealth player. So, I'm out there
They've changed. This was a part that I recognized right at first glance. One, there's an indicator for mines, so this is going to switch between mines and grenades. It's going to be the same as Fallout 4. In fact, I think they use the same sound effects. But they've changed before. If you look at the early demo, this was a stealth meter that turned yellow or red based on detected or hidden or they're searching for you. And now it sits switched to being up here, which I think works better. This is a lot easier to see than having to look down at your compass while you're trying to sneak up on the guy. This is a better UI decision in my opinion, even if it is less subtle.
Everyone, my favorite part.
What did you have on you, sir? 6.5 CQB X and Maelstrom, and then you have a percentage to pickpocket. We've seen a lot of Maelstroms. I wonder if you could pull this alarm and if that actually will act as a distraction. That would be cool. I'd like to see something like that. How you get away after pulling the alarm is a different thing entirely, but similar to in Dishonored, if you've ever played Dishonored 2, you could set alarm clocks. You set it and then you move away and then it rings and it'll attract some of the enemies in the area to go check it out. So that would be that'd be cool. Whoops.
My favorite part about being stealthy.
There's a little pop-up. Hold on. I want to see if just for the sake of thoroughness. Okay, it just says edit, edit.
My favorite part about being stealthy.
This is cool.
Slowly.
The helmet also, I just noticed this. What are you wearing? That is a blocky. You get like a Steve Minecraft head going on.
Slowly creeping through vents like you're in a movie. And then jumping out and springing on people.
Whenever...
it's upsetting that they don't show if there's an actual animation. I wonder if the animations are going to be very similar to the likes of Fallout. Head projector, yeah. And pickpocketing them from a bit away. You do pickpocket them from a bit far away, but that's the video game nature of it. You don't need to be right on top of them.
Whenever possible, I like to talk my way through situations.
This area's off limits.
Yeah, so here again we get, I don't need to go through it a second time, but just, I really do, I do like this, this system. And then on top of that, here's a cool one. Interesting that this is ranked as difficult, but you are trying to bribe, but it's using the negotiation skill. So you're layering on your skills mixed with your persuasion overall, mixed with like just the actual, it's a really cool system. I like it a lot.
Fine, I'll issue you an access card.
I'm more of a run and gun player.
Yes, so, she looks a bit weird, doesn't she? Almost like it's a poor Photoshop. that she should have like a blur effect around, you know, someone should have used the smudge tool a bit. Yeah, so we have this slide. Same with this. You got kind of this weird effect going on. Like it looks like a very tightly cut out thing in Photoshop. Yeah, so you have this slide. It's interesting that when you go into the slide, it pulls up your stealth meter.
I like doing that.
What was that? That was just a... Go on back. Kill 20 enemies with a ballistic weapon. Yeah, is it just me, though, that kind of looks a bit bad? Yeah, it seems like bad motion blur going on. Which, if we play this in real time, you're not going to notice it. So if we go back...
Access card.
I'm more of a run and gun player. I like doing that.
Yeah, you don't see it in real time, but when you do slow it down.
From above thing where I'd boost pack over guys and I throw landmines at them.
Yeah, again, just look 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 enemies on this in this fight at once. And also the different type of mines. So this is really cool because this, I think, is not just a normal mine. It sets... If a normal mine is setting fire to people, that's really cool, but I would love if there is a different types of mines. Like you have incendiary, cryo, and all that. So I think we actually see a bit of that later. It is not a super fair criticism of pause thing. Anytime when you have that much motion going on, it's not necessarily fair. That's the thing. I point these things out, but I don't hold them against the game. Ever. I did the same thing with my Hogwarts Legacy video when I was critiquing that footage. There's like little animations in that game. I'm not going to get into it here, but I was critical with that, but I don't hold any of it against the game. I just pointed out to say, hey, here's that attention to detail, that extra level that really brings it from here to here, right? If you have enough of those small details, it does add up. But yeah, not using it as a criticism. Incendiary rounds confirmed from that shot right there, which is really, really neat.
I like blowing stuff up.
Also, a different type of enemy. Just to, if it pops up really quick. That is a lot of bloom going on. Spacer Punk. So we have a different variety of Spacer enemies here. Again, it's kind of going through that same system we've seen in past Bethesda games like Raider, Raider Scum, Raider Boss, Raider whatever, right?
I like blowing stuff up.
Pirate Brigand. I love that shot. Scoped. Yeah, I don't think it should be a surprise, but nice scoped weapons. What the heck did that come from? Did the player launch that? Oh no, that's a dude flying around because we shot his jetpack. That's a dude flying around. We shot his jetpack. He took off. And then boom, explodes the other guy. But interestingly, this gentleman did not get blown to smithereens. You still see him like, ah! Unless it's just physics wonking out. I just want to take a second to try to observe that environment because there was a lot going on there. Once we zoom out again, there's a lot going on. If there's any, no, it's kind of, I guess, a nondescript little base. But this is on Mars as well, so this is a location. I'm curious if something like Mars always stays consistent. Or if quest locations, are quest locations going to send you to random planets, and then they just get placed on those planets? That's kind of something I'm curious about as well. Or is you know, when you're doing the main quest line, you always go to Mars to do like this dungeon, and this dungeon always appears here. Curious about that. Oh. It's beautiful.
Exploration is a key aspect of all our games. In Starfield, there are full star systems with new life, resources, and adventures.
The weapons do look, yeah, the weapons look great. I really do love the designs of all this. They've got the vibe great.
Our team worked
armor,
hard
weapons,
to
creatures.
strike a balance between fun and realism. We studied data from NASA and a multitude of other sources to help us make the world feel.
Yeah, again, you have this one location all the way over here that looks actually roughly similar to the alien outposts that we've been seeing out and about.
Feel believable. From the way we approached Planetary.
I love the weather systems as well. Here we have temperature and atmosphere warnings on the planet Rasalhag 1. But again, it's going to be different from everybody. But this dynamic weather with the sandstorm looks absolutely amazing.
To the way we placed biomes based on the planet's distance from the sun. Once we had created a grounded world, we could start looking at all the things that make that world fun. When you leave a planet and head into
you see all these creatures that are, you see a creature back here, you see the birds flying in the sky, this guy roaming around, there's another bird over there.
Fun.
You could even see if you pay attention. Again, Todd said that every single planet like is actually there. You could see the tiny, oh, my head's blocking it. The tiny little planet in the distance right here, which is amazing because you look out at the solar system and you go, yeah, I could actually go check that planet out. So I love that idea.
When you leave a planet and head into space, you'll be navigating asteroid fields, having chance meetings with interesting strangers, dogfighting.
This scene came out a little, even when I saw it live, it came out a little wonky. I pointed out during the live stream that the collision doesn't actually really collide. You're going at what I suspect is a reasonably fast speed, the 65 here, and then
dogfighting in space.
And then it just kind of So I would say if there's any valid criticism that I do have, it's that is like there needs to be something, like the screen shake, a sound, literally anything
that make that world fun. You'll be navigating asteroid fields, having chance meetings with interesting strangers, dogfighting in space.
Yeah, you see it just kind of bounces. But we actually get a lot of information from this shot. We get a lot of information. One, locking onto the target, which we've seen before, but shields offline and your total hull damage, which is good. And also damage to, so we know that we could damage enemy systems, but here they could also damage your individual systems. How do these get repaired? is this going to be based on the crew and what parts of the ship you assign them to? Do these repair over time? Because this is inspired by Faster Than Light, and in Faster Than Light, if you have one of the characters in, say, the engine room, and the engine room takes damage, they can get hurt because you could have a breach and the air gets sucked out. They could just get hurt because there's explosions going on. They're getting shaked around. So, is that how that gets impacted? I'd be really curious to see more as to this, but it's cool that we can really solidify and point down. The ships don't bump into each other. They do bump into each other.
Having chance
They absolutely do. You see it.
Dogfighting in space.
You see it like nudge down. You see it move literally down as they kind of come into contact.
Fighting in space.
And there's like, it seems as though the hitbox is a little bit wider than the actual ship.
You'll be navigating asteroid fields, having chance meetings with interesting strangers, dogfighting in space.
So, yeah, it could be like a shield, but there still needs to be, you're bumping into an object. It could be a shield, which is why you're kind of coming around it. That's possible, absolutely. But you still, all I'm saying is if you're having an impact, you need to have some kind of effect on the screen to really make that feel powerful. Screen shake, you know, something, just something, that's all.
And exploring derelict ships.
Exploring derelict ships has me excited. And you can actually see map markers in space. We have this kind of, it looks like a chest icon from here. And I like as well that you can see the shields are at 25 and they only have 3 out of all these shields pumped into it.
It's all out there.
Beautiful.
Ultimately, it's about rewarding your curiosity, because whether it's on
this to me is some of the coolest things. Getting to see this, because this is obviously something we don't get to see in real life, and so
surface of a planet.
At least we can see it in Starfield.
The alleys of a city.
Yeah, I wonder if people respond to the fact that in the game they've talked about heightened NPC interactivity. And I really do wonder if the character or if the NPCs react to the fact that you're walking around in this gigantic heavy space armor suit and they're all in normal clothes. That'd be a cool attention to detail.
Or the vastness of space, you never know what you'll find.
Alright, so this is a big section where we get into the ship customization. I love all the detail. Curious how many exactly there are, but this to me is amazing.
Space exploration is possible thanks to your ship. Your ship is almost like having another character or home you can make all your own. I think you'll be blown away by the amount of stuff you can do.
Yeah, this is awesome. Unregistered. Oh, is having your ship registered going to... So if you steal, because they did say you can steal a fleet that you find in space. They did say you could steal ships that you find in space. So if you can, do you need to then bring it back? Will the ship get recognized? If you hijack a Crimson Fleet ship and then you fly into United Colonies territory, they're just going to start shooting you out on sight, either because it's unregistered or because it is registered or known as a Crimson Fleet ship. Do certain ships have different levels of notoriety? What? That would be insane. That would be a cool... If it's not, that would be an amazing... It doesn't need to be in the game, but that's where mods come in, right? Someone can mod it where you could tell based on... Just think about this. If you could tell based on the exterior of the ship, right? So you fly around, you see a ship come into view, and you see certain markings on that ship, and that identifies it as a level within the Crimson Fleet, somewhere in their hierarchy, and you go, oh, I probably shouldn't engage, not because the ship has the arbitrary level 16 Crimson Fleet pirate on it. That's fine, but you could do that intuitively through the game and showcasing it visually, have a marking, a sigil on the ship, and it says, oh shoot, that's a captain. And if you hijack that ship, that might, because it's this higher level ship, it might be known. Because there's a Crimson Fleet captain that's piloting that one. Might be known to the United Colonies as a bad vessel. And then that would be neat. I don't know if it'll get that in depth, but that would be a really cool mod. Yeah, I also like the balance, par. Par. Brain is drawing a blank. Fuel capacity, hull, obviously, cargo capacity, all things we expect. And then I'm assuming if you change parts, then that's what this blue or changing between ships, selecting a different ship, how it compares to yours.
You can buy a ship.
I'm sure you can find something you like.
Customize and upgrade that.
Yeah, so many different parts.
Ship. And hire a crew to keep it up and running.
Is that the followers Co? Is that Co? Not Solomon Co. Was it Solomon Co? Yeah, here's that symbol again. Here on the bottom left, that kind of looks like a broken bone. So I think there might be a limb damage system.
And it all starts in spaceports. Every spaceport has a ship technician where you can purchase, sell, and modify ships.
Anything I can help you with?
Yeah, so we did identify that your ship doesn't just magically heal, you need to get it repaired. View and modify, see what you have to sell. Where did you say I could sell things? Okay.
Maybe
normal
you start
stuff.
off with a speedy fighter that's perfect for bounty hunting. Then you might round out your...
That to me in and of itself is already just I'm so excited to see what people are able to create. So excited to see what people are able to create. And I like that you could see in the bottom left here the NPC, and just when we do get to that, obviously he's hidden behind the ship, but just for the sake of scale is incredible.
Then you might round out your ship roster with a hulking space freighter to run cargo missions, or even do a little smuggling. For now, though, we're going to take our starting ship, the Frontier, and make some changes.
Yes. Cool. So, the Frontier.
You can customize and upgrade...
This is where I wanted to pause. Gosh darn, this is amazing. This is an incredible level of detail. Cowling, cockpit. I think they said that cowling kind of customizes the aesthetic of the ship a bit more. Shield generator. So many different parts to choose from. And then obviously all from different manufacturers. Reactor, cargo hold. It's great. Great stuff.
Everything you see here.
All the different types of weapons. Laser, missile, and just ballistic, I think.
You have two ways to do that. You can quickly upgrade individual...
Let's see. I think that they changed up. I think before, when we saw it in the previous gameplay, it was done in kind of a vertical, and now they're going to a horizontal layout to cycle through the parts, which is, good that they're looking at the UI and evaluating it and trying to make it better. This also seems a little bit clear to me. I don't know if anything's changed, but this to me just looks a little bit cleaner.
Individual systems.
Oh no, here's the vertical part. So maybe it hasn't changed all that much, and I'm just looking into it too much. But
shields, or you can deep dive and enter the shipbuilder mode. Here you can change anything from the systems.
Yeah, so this is what I was curious about, because they keep changing. So within every single part, this is where it gets really interesting, because the way the ship crafting to me appears to work, you have this we're in the habit. I'm gonna turn my head off. We have the habitat section here, right, which is one of the parts that we saw just a little bit earlier when they broke it all apart. And then within that, you have the Nova Galactic Captain's Quarters, and then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different versions of that. And I'm just going frame by frame a bit, or let's take it back a little bit.
And enter the ship build.
Yeah, so you have all-in-one berth. Does it change here? It doesn't really change the exterior, so it's all the same looking. Nova Galactic Armory 2x1, all-in-one. But it does change some of the stats and the interiors, I think, because you have here, you could cycle through the variants. So one of the curious things about it to me is that when you're customizing this section of it, one thing I think will be interesting to a lot of people is the interior. And they didn't say, I don't think, they said that you could customize the interior. I think these prefabs come with built-in interior sets. So it'll have the table in the same spot, and the cabinets and the desks and the chairs, and everything will be in the same spot based on which of these modules you pick, and it changes the inside. But I can't see the inside from this view. So do I have to buy it, put it on the ship, go on the ship, say, actually maybe the computer core 2x1 I'll like better than the captain's quarters 2x1. Not 100% sure on that. It's not made clear, which is a bit why I wanted them to do all of this just in real time instead of like cutting to different segments as much. Hey, Alira 86, welcome, thank you. But yeah, so
adding a new habitat module can give you more room for crew. Adding cowling can change your ship's overall silhouette.
Yeah, cowling changes the overall silhouette.
An improved grav drive.
And then you have grav drive health, so each of your parts, again, you could target. It does highlight errors, so
allows for longer distance space jumps.
Maybe that's because it didn't have the grav drive, so it had the errors, so once you attached it, it went on. Also, again, just calling out all the different companies that are here is great.
You can even fully
this is cool.
Customize your paint job to get the exact look you want. The parts you choose to build with don't just affect...
Yeah, so on this ship, we have a max crew of 4. This has crew stations 2. This has crew stations 4. Do they say anything? No, they don't show any of the other ones. Is it just the habitat that determines the amount of crew you can have? Because what specific part changes the amount of crew? Makes me think the habitat, but...
Here you can change anything, from the systems to the look and layout. Adding a new habitat module can give you more room for crew.
More room for crew. There we go.
Adding cowling can change your ship's overall silhouette. An improved grav drive allows for longer distance space jumps. You can even fully customize your paint job to get the exact look you want. The parts you choose to build with don't just affect your ship's stats. They'll also affect what you can do inside your ship. You can have modules for crafting, or for storing and displaying your weapons.
Epic. Awesome. Epic. Amazing.
Starfield's in-game ship manufacture.
And again, just to highlight the fact, I know this has already been proven, but you could walk around your ship. It loads all that stuff outside, which is great.
Manufacturers bring their own look.
Welcome to the crew, propagandist. Thank you. Hello, my dude.
Can feel to every piece of your ship.
And thank you to listen to Jonas. I know I'm not as engaged with chat. I'm focused here, but I appreciate every one of you here.
From living quarters.
Let's see. That's cool. You get some sketches of the... So one thing I also would really like to see, I don't expect this to happen, but one thing I would really like to see, especially because you can hire the followers who have a lot more development and characterization in the game than some of the NPCs that you can hire, I'm sure. But I would love to see if you, let's say you put Barrett into your ship versus Sarah, for example, or Barrett versus... was it Solomon Co. that I'm thinking of? Yeah, so depending on the follower that you put in, if the room and their space actually dynamically changed based on where they went to, so that way I can have a ship and you can have a ship that's exactly the same. But the thing about it is, on my ship, Barrett's hanging out, and on your ship, someone else is hanging out, and therefore it has 2 different looks. Sam. Maybe it's Sam.
To cargo holds, mess halls.
Yeah, so you have cargo holds. I suspect that what we didn't really see is the cargo holds and how they might help with smuggling, because earlier on it shows that they scan your ship for smuggled goods.
Holds, mess halls, and control rooms.
Yeah, what are the benefits of something like a mess hall? Because there's not really like a crew happiness system, is there? Is that a ladder that goes down? Is that a ladder? That's a ladder. Can you climb ladder here? Can you climb? They said some ladders were climbable, if I remember correctly. But yeah, what's the benefit of having this mess hall? Other than adding more weight to your ship, maybe a little bit of extra storage and such.
and control rooms.
Love all the different
Our
designs.
modified Frontier is a practical ship, but with a little creativity, your ship can look like almost anything you want.
It's a bit odd, but one of my favorite ways of customizing ships is I make them look like animals. The HMS Platypus, as I called it, where it had a giant tail to it. And we've done...
Yeah, you could just literally build this. They called it the dumpster fire. You could literally build anything.
Fighters, we've done mechs.
You can make Gundams, make Gundam robots, and make Transformers as ships. The fact that this actually flies, I'm so curious about how the game adapts to these different types of ships as they're flying in outer space. I need to see how something like this mechanically actually works.
It's really whatever your imagination is.
I mean, you see it here, but... And the fact that it, like, actually teeters, I wonder if it's just... Because this is obviously a pre-made animation that then has to be adapted to the style of ship that you make, which in and of itself is impressive that they're doing it no matter what type of ship you build. But then how it's kind of like wobbling as it takes off, if that actually has some level of dynamic based on where the engines are placed or that kind of thing. I don't know.
The stars the way you want to, you're probably not.
Or
the
if it just
only
does a
person
random
who will
wobble.
Call your ship home.
Ready to lift off when you are, Captain.
Engines ready.
The Frontier is fueled and ready, Captain.
Oh, the detail on the ships. What does this say? Little safe 700 SL cargo hold.
Captain.
Some of the members.
I like that the parts are branded. You have Nova Galactic, so you know you could tell that this is a Nova Galactic part. Nav system station.
Members of Constellation can join you on your journey. These companions can serve on your crew, and they'll always be there when you travel.
We'll be traveling together until we either find an artifact or this lead runs dry.
Yeah, this is great. This is fantastic.
Companion comes with their own valuable skills for your ships and outposts.
Sam, good job. Good job, Sips.
As well as unique quest lines. Eventually.
Anything interesting? I'm trying to find small little tidbits here and there. Which is
Eventually,
why I keep pausing.
Some friendships might blossom into romance.
I don't know that I've ever really loved anyone except you.
And if you're looking for a little extra help on your...
Yeah, here's another example. We've seen mostly during the day, but it also looks really good at night, too. Roland Arms, new shop that we could kind of see in Aquila.
For a little extra help on your ship, you can always hire additional crew at spaceports.
Got any room on your ship for someone like me?
Yeah, I wonder when you do hire her, how interesting she actually is, or if she just kind of sits there and goes, "Hello, hi, how are you?" It doesn't have anything interesting to say.
You'll also
the weapons. Look, we haven't seen this one before. Breach assault rifle. Looks great.
You'll also meet potential crew members.
Love the idea of coming to shipwrecks. What is that thing? Is that a creature? Love the idea of being able to come and explore these derelict shipwrecks. That's honestly one of the things I'm looking forward to most. Ever since we saw that concept art of kind of the ship graveyard, love to see that. And you got multiple locations here actually. You have this base and that base. But just again, I know it's getting repetitive, but you have this base, that base, but just not really much in between. So you just running to get there, to get to the thing that's actually interesting. So some people will like that, some people won't.
World. Still think there might be a spot for me on your ship?
Love the idea that you could find and rescue people like this as well. And then if you don't want them with you, you could take this guy. Could be a geyser. You could take this guy and put him back to your outpost because that's where he can kind of conserve you a bit better.
Gotta get off this rock.
So yeah, you can take all of these guys and assign them. Unassigned the lodge. That's where. So it tells you where you could find them currently, which is neat. and then also their skills. And I wonder if you can assign them, which is cool, you can assign them directly from this menu, it looks like, which is good. You don't have to go up and go to the planet that they're on to talk to them. Doesn't make any sense. I would assume there's some form of long-range communication to get in touch with these people.
Assign crew to your ship or outpost.
Yeah, so you could just change it right off the bat, which is good.
And their unique skills will affect how they run.
See, they say it will affect how it runs, but they don't necessarily explain. They say it will affect how it runs, and it doesn't go deeper than that, which is one of the parts that I really wanted to see detailed. Maybe we'll get it in some follow-up interviews where it's actually explained.
Ship or outposts, and their unique skills will affect how they run. And just like companions, most crew members can lend a hand in
I like that you could see the distant birds flying around in the background.
Field.
Cliff racers.
Take Bosco, for instance.
He's designed around the core basics of a NASA machine.
Please avoid getting shot. You might die.
I still wanted to give it almost a humanoid personality, so I elongated the limbs. This tends to make him feel more human-like and give him a little personality.
It is a shame.
So one thing that is really interesting to me and that I want to see more of is the way the AI behaves. So for someone like Vasco to just stand there, could we assign them for concrete place? Can't figure out. I don't know what you mean concrete place. Someone like Vasco, it makes sense that he would just kind of stand there because he's supposed to be built tanky and sturdy and firm. So he's just standing, taking these hits and then firing back. But will you have the difference in the, if you find an enemy robot versus an enemy human? And how does the AI respond differently? Do they respond based on how many people are there? So if they know that they have 6 allies around that are all shooting and you're alone with no companion, do they behave differently than if there's 2 of them? Those are the ways that I think Bethesda can really improve their AI and really kind of upgrade the combat experience as much as the gunplay itself. So to have that level, they keep talking about reactivity, and reactivity goes beyond the NPC just noticing they're on a particular planet or noticing that there's a particular thing in the distance. It also goes to how the AI responds in combat.
Exploration requires so much bloodshed.
Exploration requires bloodshed. I love Vasco.
Building tools and crew selection features in Starfield, you'll be able to build and captain the ship of your dreams.
Yeah, I also want to know when you just small little details. If you assign someone who's good at engineering and you put them in, say, the weapons room, or maybe not engineering, but you assign someone who's really good at weapons and you assign them to the shield generating room or shield generator, I would be curious to see if the AI, and this would blow my mind, I don't think this would ever be the case, but it would be just a cool feature, if the AI, because you're assigning this guy who, I'm really good at weapons, but you're putting me on the shield generator, like what the hell, so you actually see them take more breaks, and if you do have a mess hall, they'll be in the mess hall more often, they'll be in their bunk more often, in the habitat, or their bed, wherever that is, they'll be maybe doing other things that, not necessarily on their duty. Doesn't mean that you would maybe get a penalty for it per se, like they're not in their room so they're not doing their job, but just kind of visually represent to the player that they're better off somewhere else. Or is it just going to be a matter, I guess the other extreme is that all the NPCs, they have just a random period of time where they go, okay, lunch break, and then they just get up and they go to the lunch station, and then they go, okay, back to the room I'm assigned to, and they all just kind of do that on random patterns for like durations very robotically.
And now, let's take to the sky.
Again, it looks like the ship actually kind of dynamically wobbles based on the thrusters and where they're placed, which is a very cool small detail. Not 100% if that's actually how it's working, but that's what it looks like to me.
We're putting you in the cockpit of your very own spaceship.
That looks better as well. Just the flight, you could, I don't, to me it looks like it kind of looks a bit more polished.
You're in complete control every step of the way. We've extended that sense of control to ship combat. It's not about just hitting your triggers to fire your weapons.
That's Spacer Raccoon. Wonder how we got that title.
It's a complex dance between your piloting skills and our power allocation system. Boosting power to your engines will make your ship faster.
I don't think I really need to explain a lot of this. He does it.
Powering up the grav drives will shorten the amount of time it takes before you can make a jump.
Yeah, so we can see shields offline, he's taking some damage, so grav jump the hell out of here. I did say before I was curious if this actually dynamically changes based on where you are, if this screen here, or if it's just always the same. So because I'm talking so much, I can't remember what it looked like before. Does look a bit like Star Wars Squadrons, which is a good compliment because that was a good game. You also have hull critical down here, which is neat. So these elements on the screens actually dynamically change based on what's going on. But it would be neat if this actually changes based on the system you're in.
And moving your power to your weapons and shields means you're ready for a fight. You should always be on your toes because you're not alone out there.
So we had Raccoon, and now we have a Haunt. You do have a lot of, it looks like a lot of heavy auto aim going on, but for something like this, for this kind of experience, I don't think that's a bad thing. And I would just say, I hope that can kind of be tweaked, because people who really enjoy the hardcore flight sims, they might want to have to rely on that strong accuracy and that strong precision. But for someone who just enjoys a more casual experience, it would be nice to be able to just tune that up and down. So I would love to see that as a feature.
Unlocking the target.
Did you see how that was actually a perfect example of that, how this big round cursor is all the way off to the right, but you could see the shots are going far to the left over here. Again, one thing I will say is that Star Wars Squadrons did a good job, or yeah, Star Wars Squadrons and other games do a good job, because they put like a little marker over here, a square or so ahead of the actual ship to say, hey, you should be firing over here. It's just a targeting system. I don't know if that's what this is supposed to be, but it should not. If that is the case, it shouldn't be lagging behind the ship.
Unlocking the targeting control system skill will allow you to zero in on specific subsystems of the ship you target.
Okay, so it requires a specific skill in order to do this. And you can see it takes quite a bit of hits to damage that system. Just to get it down 1 bar took 5 or 6 shots in order to do that right here.
After destroying an enemy ship, you can loot the remains from your cockpit.
I wonder if some people, I really do wonder if you're going to get some people who complain about this as... No, we gotta go back a bit further. If you're gonna get people who complain about this as the loot system.
After destroying an enemy ship, you can...
Right, so you have semi-metal wafer, cobalt, and paramagnon conductor. If some people are gonna look at this and go, you don't have to like spacewalk to go grab it and bring it back, like, it's a video game.
Loot the remains from your cockpit. You can always turn any ship that engages you into scrap. But you can also take a more personal approach by docking with the enemy vessel and boarding their...
Yes. So, this is something that's really cool that we've been wondering about for a long time. If you could just actively dock on enemy ships, and you absolutely can. And later on, we actually see them stealing it too.
Their ship.
Zero gravity combat looks sick. So then there's the one mystery as to if you do commandeer their ship, is it the assumption that you have crew on yours and they will pilot it back, or is it just stay attached and you fly with your ship attached somewhere? Curious as to exactly how that works. As far as enemy AI, I don't know if it's necessarily dumb. I think that I'm curious to see if it's improved from past Bethesda games. I will say I think I'm maybe in the minority where I say I don't really mind the enemy AI. You know, I like when they kind of show different tactics, like if the spacers act differently than the pirates, act differently than the cultists. You know, that I don't mind, because then it doesn't just feel like you're shooting random enemies. This looks fine to me. So yeah, I mean, you could. They're in zero gravity too in this particular situation, so it's hard to move around, especially when you have someone boarding your ship and coming to shoot you. There's nowhere to really go. But glad to see that you have zero gravity combat.
Once you've taken control of an enemy ship, it's yours.
Yeah, so the ship, we're flying this ship, and the other one I guess detaches and just does it just disappear? You do have this repair option as well. This I'm just noticing for the first time. So there are ways that you could repair your ship while you're flying around. You don't have to always just land at a spaceport to get that done. Probably tied to a skill, I would assume.
Add it to your fleet and retrieve it at any...
Yeah, so this is nice. I also like that. I'm assuming these ship names come pre-made.
Enemy ship.
And then you could customize it yourself.
Add it
So
to your
Spacer
fleet and retrieve
Coyote,
it at
Freestar, Narcissus,
any spaceport.
Ecliptic Claymore, Ecliptic Stiletto, which is the one we just got.
But space is way more than fighting for your life. Just like when you're planetside, there are plenty of sights to see and stops to make on the way to your next adventure. Like these massive star yards.
Yeah, so one thing that was not necessarily shown that I wanted to see is they mention how you can just fly. You see that planet, you can go fly there. Is the do you have to chart your course through the star map, or can I go into space and then literally just fly in that direction? And if I do that, is it going to take me 2 hours to do? But it is possible, you can do it. That was one of the questions I was hoping to have answered in some way, and it wasn't. Maybe the answer is both, but most people are not going to want to spend 30 minutes just to actually fly to a planet, unless they're doing a 10-hour Starfield music and ambiance spaceship loop and posting that as a video. So, or someone just posts a video, can you fly to that planet? And then people just watch the beginning and the end to see it. But if that is the case, are you in just sort of this contained bubble? And if you are in this contained bubble, how easy is it to find something like this space station? Because obviously space is massive, and if you can go anywhere, how are you going to come across these things? Presumably map markers. And it'll just have a little thing on your HUD here that says, like the same way you could see all these ships marked by these little arrows. But I don't think we actually get a great look at that.
Walk the halls, talk to the crew, maybe get talked into buying a whole new ship.
Yeah, they say walk the halls, talk to the crew. How many of these guys have interesting things to say? So these folks who are just standing around.
Walk the hall.
Like you have 1, 2, 3 guys that are going around right now. If I try to talk to that guy, is he just gonna, or this guy, is he just gonna give me random dialogue? And it's like, okay, well, I can't actually talk to you.
Talk to the crew, maybe get talked into buying a whole new ship.
A civilian in my star yard. Let's see about getting you a proper ship, one worthy of you.
Maybe you'll dock with a gigantic battleship, like the UC Vigilance.
This is cool.
Or rub elbows.
And I'm pretty sure this is, it's in a different layout, but I think this is the guy that was in the original gameplay showcase, but it looks, the whole environment looks different, so I don't know. It threw me for a loop.
Or rub elbows with the galaxy's wealthy elite on a cruise ship fit for the...
Again, pay attention to the music. I know I've said this a couple times, but he is the same guy. Okay, he is the same guy. So that's pretty cool. We see him, and now I guess we know where to find him, roughly speaking. He's on the ship. I presumed he was in New Atlantis. But this, I love that this is a thing. To see the world's elite in a cruise ship vacation style hotel, like, it's amazing. It's amazing. This is exactly what would happen. You'd have these rich folks coming together, doing this thing. I was gonna call them like rich douches, but that's being a bit presumptuous. I'm sure some of them are. I'm sure some of them aren't.
The stars. There are plenty.
Yeah, and then it's Terran Preservation Society. So. If it's going by like Guardians of the Galaxy, where they call them Terrans, Earthlings are Terrans, then these guys are trying to preserve Earth, and it really looks like not a lot of preservation's going on as much as there is drinking. Although you do have what looks like maybe a piece of history here, and perhaps these are also the same folks who have the Space Museum that we've seen in the earlier gameplay as well.
There are plenty of personal encounters to be had as well. You can hail any ship you come across to trade, swap info.
Yeah. You can hail any ship you come across to trade. That's cool. Get rumors, which I think this is probably one of the best things in a weird way, because this is how you might find points of interest, and they'll say, oh, I heard of a shipwreck that's in a blah, blah, blah quadrant, at blah, blah, blah planet, and these are the coordinates. I was too afraid to go check it out. And then you go, there we go, now I have a destination I can actually fly off to, and that's going to be a lot of fun. I'll have my own space adventure. So something like this. And then, of course, the call to attention is the piracy option. And, being able to just... That's something you've been able to do, but not in the same way, where you could just go into Skyrim and kill a bunch of NPCs that you find on the road, and you kind of get the same thing. But here, you actually have the opportunity maybe to intimidate them. I know there were specific random encounters that you could try to threaten people, to specifically the nobles that walk by to the wedding in Skyrim. But if you could just do this and live out that space pirate fantasy, I know a lot of folks are looking forward to this.
Or maybe even commit an act of piracy.
Let's do this.
When I'm playing, I generally go crazy. I definitely go like the more piracy routes. I want to take over ships. I'm going to board ships. I'm like, this is now mine.
The gunplay looks improved. Sandwich. Gunplay looks much better. There you go. There's people who are concerned about blood and some of that stuff. There you go. Unless that was already there. I don't know if we'll be able to see it. There's some on the wall. That, if we look, does not look like it's there before. Well, there's some. Nope, there you go. Boom, he gets shot, and then it splatters on the back wall. So it is there. I know people are concerned, but you're wearing these gigantic, heavy spacesuits, so you're not going to be bursting, with explosions the way they would in Fallout. Also, just noticing this too, the lighting as it goes over this weapon and how it responds to the different surfaces. So it goes over this screen and actually changes. That's really cool. Or even these monitors as you have sparks flying. I guess maybe you got hit, or is that the bullet going by? But that's pretty cool. You have these particle effects.
Ships, I'm going to board ships. I'm like, this is now mine. I steal all these sandwiches and put them, in my cargo hold that I have specifically for sandwiches. I don't want to play the hero, but I want to go out and just start.
Different sandwiches. That's going to be one of the first mods. Sandwich variations. So you can have all different types of sandwiches, because this is 200. There's no way that everybody is eating this exact same sandwich. They're making them differently. This is not the only sandwich in the system, in the settled systems. I refuse to believe it. Different sandwich mod. I demand it.
I'm gonna go out and just start taking things from people as quickly as possible.
Some strangers might be looking for a little...
Sandwich Planet! You see this transition? They should do a whole Sandwich Planet. I would download that mod just for the giggles.
A little human connection in the darkness of space.
Hello, stranger. I just finished cooking up some food. If you want to come on over, just pop on by.
That is a trap. That's bait. Yeah, this is cool, though, that you could have these conversations.
Some of the best moments are the ones you discover on your own.
These are the moments I'm looking forward to if Bethesda's injecting this kind of horror into it. Is it just me, or does this look... I also, holstered weapons. Do keep in mind that there are holstered weapons as well, which is a thing I missed in Fallout sorely. You think it was Shirley? It didn't sound like Shirley.
Over, just pop on by.
That doesn't sound like Shirley. I mean, it could be a reference to Shirley.
Some of the best moments are the ones...
But if it was a reference to Shirley, then she'd be calling you grandkids. She calls everybody grandkids, so...
you discover on your own.
I know it did say grandma, but, you know, maybe that's just a lore. They're called grandma, they get you on, and then it's filled with pirates. Yeah, is this... what... we haven't seen... I don't think this is it, but we haven't seen, like, a flashlight. Like, Fallout has a flashlight. Skyrim has torches. What do you have in Starfield? What's your torch here?
The thing I love most about Starfield...
oh, that is the flashlight. That is the flashlight. Okay, so you do. It's just built into your spacesuit because it rises with the player. Great. But again, pay attention to the lighting, too, as the shadow in real time is getting cast on all these objects much better than it ever has. Yeah, that is actually the flashlight there.
Starfield is that it is a Bethesda game through and through. It's really about going to strange new places, meeting...
cool new alien creature. I just don't want to be amiss. Someone's like, oh, you didn't see the creature. You get this cool little thing scuttling in the background. This is absolutely disgusting, and I love it. And it looks like they took over a base, too. That's like human furniture and building architecture.
Really about going to strange new places,
turret systems, so we got to be careful about turret systems, which we saw in some of the traits and perks, but there you go. It is there.
People and getting sidetracked on zany adventures.
I love this. Love that you have this, like, Cleopatra garb going on.
Then, realizing 2 hours later that you're involved in a completely new story.
You're... human. We thought we were the only ones to leave Earth.
They got, like, vaults going on? Do they have... do they actually have, like, the equivalent of Fallout vaults? Is that the Fallout reference? They're gonna find this ship in space, and they're like, what? Vault-Tec sent us up here into space. Connected world theory, proven, boom, blown up. And everybody goes nuts, because all Bethesda games have to be connected for some reason. Is that Nernroot? Is this Nernroot? Is this Space Nernroot? Doesn't look like it. Kinda does, but not really. You need the roots. You need the actual root part of it.
That DNA is so present here. It's in our random encounters. It's in our handcrafted...
this is awesome. These go by really quickly.
That DNA is so present here.
Party cruise outbound transmission. So there you go. There's multiple party cruises that you could find, obviously. It would be stupid if there was only one, but...
it's in our random encounter.
And then you get some dialogue options. I'll join the party, no thanks, what's the occasion? And also, I don't know if this is an important detail for some folks, but it looks like they've already chosen this dialogue option because it's kind of grayed out, so there you go.
It's in our...
I have no idea what this guy is worshipping.
Handcrafted quests. And it feels...
or he's just maybe he's just repairing. It's just not worshipping it, repairing it.
It's so cool to play it and just...
nothing new here that we haven't
make
seen.
your own path in this universe. There are over...
nothing necessarily new. Level 15 systems, nothing new.
1,000 planets out there.
Just trying to find if there's anything new. Moderate resources, biological water, temperate temperature, high atmosphere rock. Yeah.
Out there, just waiting for you to visit.
This one is interesting because it says surveyed. So, I guess when you fully find everything on a planet, then you have kind of none and none. That's there. Nothing to find, so it's fully surveyed to get that marker, which is good. It means you fully explored it. And I think they said you get rewarded if you do fully explore things like that. Cool that they have abandoned gravity farm, abandoned my bridge pharmaceuticals lab. Are we going to run into a lot of just abandon this, abandon that, abandon here, abandon there, abandon everywhere? That's just taken over by some creatures and stuff. How much are we going to get of that versus actually lived in places that we could find, you know? Obviously, just because it says abandoned means it might be abandoned by its original owners, but pirates or someone took it over. And we do have this scan option. So again, Todd Howard said that you could scan the planet and then you see the whole thing before having to land on it.
Visit. We want you to feel like explorers. breaking ground on new planets, exploring.
This is beautiful. This is the alien type of stuff I wanted to see, where you have like this brain coral above the surface and all this stuff. I love it.
Every inch of a mostly untouched galaxy. We want you to feel hopeful. We want you to feel this sense of awe and wonder.
Ship graveyard.
A little fear.
Freestar Caravan, so getting attacked. Talk to Albin Lopez on Tau Ceti, which is over there. Cool. This is nuts! This is... What is a gravity farm? Great question. What is a gravity farm? Guess is as good as mine. Perhaps gravity, they... In this world, I don't know. They manufacture it, stick it in a bottle like Scream Juice from Monsters, Inc., and then stow it away on your ship? I'm not sure. Yeah, where do we get all... If maybe they're trying to terraform planets, so they make gravity, and then they just ship gravity to other planets and drop big canisters of gravity. No, I have no idea. But this was epic to me. We've highlighted the amount of kind of... There's like 11 plus enemies in a combat encounter at one time. But also now you have all these ships that are firing, and just this is the element of kind of that Star Wars feeling going on. I would love to see if somebody could mod in like just Star Wars ships, so all the ships become Star Wars themed, and then you could just kind of reenact the scene from episode 3 a bit if you have these giant cruisers in the background as well. I wonder if it would be possible for someone to... How cool would it be if somebody could basically mod into this game the equivalent of... Remember how, if anybody played the original Battlefront 2 and everyone wants the original like Galactic Conquest system to come back, and then you can destroy the ships and you have to destroy the different parts of the battleship, and they kind of did it in Rogue Squadron, but not really. And somebody could create that entire space encounter with all the ships coming at you, and you deploy and as a mod. And then you could play Battlefront 2 in Starfield. That would be amazing. And you have that whole set piece moment with all the Star Wars themed ships. I would love that. But just, my point being, look at all the stuff going on. All the lasers.
A little fear.
Like, that is just a... It blew me away when I saw it.
We're giving you a massive playground and a ton of toys. And just setting you free.
Love that you can see out these windows. Also, kind of terrifying that you could hear the screams as their ship blows up. I'm going to turn their volume up to the max that I can. Turn their volume up to the max. So, caution if you have headphones on, it might come off loud, but 3, 2, 1.
And just setting you free.
I don't know if you guys can hear it, but genuinely there's the rap, and then you hear the comms go offline. So, kind of cool. Screams in space, yeah. Yeah, I have no mouth and I must scream. It's going through comms, yeah.
Everybody,
all right, so I'm gonna fly through this a little bit. I don't think I need to detail it. The case is cool. I really
heavy.
I think it's really cool. It is really cool as far as merchandise goes. And the thing about the collector's edition, I know that some people probably maybe wanted a little bit more in the collector's edition, but you think about the price of just a normal smartwatch, and that is not cheap. And then you have all of this custom everything built into this particular watch to make it work, on top of getting the case that it's put into to hold it and all that stuff. You know, I think the value is there. It absolutely is there. You know, it's cool. It's cool. And to be able to play the game and have the watch on at the same time, and you feel like the same way that people got the Pip-Boy, just with less interactivity, that's neat. The Xbox controller and headset as well is as I'm not big on controllers. I mean, you can't see it in this configuration, but I have my standard red and white Xbox controller, and then I have a PlayStation controller, PS5. But I'm not into them. It doesn't excite me that much, but this is a cool one. This is a cool custom one, I have to admit. All right, so we can move on.
So we always put so much care into all those little details that breathe life into our worlds. But Starfield isn't just a Bethesda Game Studios world. It's a
Again, that was just a quick shot of you have the holstered weapon on his back, which it should be there. I like that.
Game Studios world. It's a Bethesda Game Studios galaxy. So why go this big with Starfield? Because we want to give you freedom on a galactic level. The freedom to experience both the
new weapon. I think we saw this, maybe an NPC was holding it, but
exciting planets and the quiet ones. Scanning a planet before you land is a great way to get a sneak peek at the available resources.
Yeah, so this was a cool way to look at it.
Crafting, building.
And this is really useful because you already know that roughly, I guess what this is trying to say is that all of this is kind of resource barren. There's not really reason to go there. So you have your point of interest, you have places that are resource heavy for certain elements, and then you can choose to, you know, go across the planet. And there was nothing confirmed. There was nothing confirmed about land vehicles. There was nothing confirmed about atmospheric flight, so I'm guessing they're not in the game. I'm just going to say, I don't think they're here. Otherwise, they would have shown that off in this demo. They had 40 minutes to talk about Starfield, and they didn't show it. So, unfortunately, I don't think so. I also like that the planet can have different traits, and they didn't really talk about this. Is the blue not water? It's possible. I mean, you have some darker blue spots on this particular planet. Like, here's a darker one. You have some things. So, maybe it's just, it does say chemical water. It does say chemical water. So maybe that's why it's all green like that. Yeah, so either way though, you can kind of see these big gaps. Even if that is water, you have these kind of gaps out here that outline a bit that may be resource barren areas, so you know where you want to land
and customizing.
I think what's cool about this whole system that we generate.
I think that's a Nuka-Cola truck.
Generate the planet itself as a procedural content, but the handcrafted content itself comes as the player explore.
Yeah, so if we want to just take a look at some of the... We're on a moon, so it does detail moon, Nymeria for the temperature, the gravity, and the oxygen amount. But, you know, just to kind of keep an eye on some of these symbols that we could see, you know, as they appear. We have this symbol, which just means structure. That one we unfortunately don't get a look at, and then cave system. So if you ever see these kind of on the compass below, that's what they mean.
As the player explore... Our system...
yeah, I don't... Again, I think one of the first things I would personally like to mod is not have these elements come up smack in the middle of the screen. It's just personal preference. I would either put it at the top or towards the bottom, just a bit less intrusive. Same with the XP that appears right in the middle of the screen. That's just personal taste. There's going to be UI mods that let you customize that. So, but there you go.
System builds a planet as the player approaches it. We stitch together a block of terrain. After that, we have the system.
Yes, unexplored geophysical feature, and this is kind of the alien. This is a remnant of that big base that we've been seeing before. The player walks into, then starts floating up, and you got all those rings spinning. This seems like a destroyed version of that, which is cool that they exist around the solar system. Yeah, and then you have to geophysics trait. So the traits on the planet seem to maybe be locked down to this. We could do a little bit of speculation here, actually. Just some light speculation. So this says scan for geophysics trait. This distinctively is this alien technology that we're discovering because it has the same style as that base. Are traits the remnants of alien life and the impact that they had on the planet due to doing something? Whatever it might be. So if you think back to, for example, Mass Effect Andromeda, in Mass Effect Andromeda you had these vaults, and the vaults changed the atmosphere and the weather on the planet, and then to progress through the game you had to clear out the vaults so that the extreme weather would dissipate. Whatever traits these planets have might be kind of that equivalent, loosely speaking, where the sentient or intelligent life outside that we're trying to discover and find are actually kind of manipulated the planet in some way and gave it a unique trait. Food for thought.
That adds interesting locations for the player to explore, creatures to encounter.
Twin-tail herbivore that's coming after the player, hungry for player meat. Awesome. Again, creature design.
Or and plants to pick up. It allows us to.
So it's interesting that the plant life, it's not isolated to, for example, here they pick up a forest wisp, but then they just get structural root added. My head's blocking it. They just get, here we go. They just get structural root added here. The twin tail looks like the skull in the saloon. Ah, good call. Perhaps. Yes, it does actually. Maybe a smaller version of it, but I do see the connection. I'd have to place them side by side, but perhaps, absolutely.
Or and plants to pick up. It allows us.
Yeah, so you're not gonna, because there's so much diverse life. I guess the idea is that you boil it down to simple components. That's structural root. I don't know, whatever kind of root.
To add that touch of environmental storytelling that Bethesda is known for.
I love meaty Vasco in the background. Vasco, I'm sorry. He looks like one of the Star Wars droids. The Dark Troopers.
Bethesda is known for.
Aggressive creatures have been disrupting our experiments. Their habitat isn't far from here. If you could take care of them for us, we would be in your debt.
So even if your friend...
Yeah, those are the kinds of... So that's the exact kind of procedural quest that's, like, fine as long as it's every once in a while. I don't want to see every outpost I come across when I discover an outpost on a planet, because it's procedurally generated, that I go meet an NPC and he's like, we have a problem with beasts. Go kill 8 of them. We need to go get this flower. Go get 10 of them. I said this before, earlier on in the stream, as it pertained to the trait system when we were having that conversation. But these quests are fine if they're used to just build upon already great story quests. And again, I don't think it's going to be a problem based on what we've seen so far, because you could tell that there's that emphasis and effort to make a very handcrafted experience mixed in with the procedural elements. And it seems like they're striking a good balance. Also, cool water dispensers, basically what we already have. Glad to see they haven't improved water dispensers in the background here.
From here. If you could take care of them for us, we would be in your debt.
So even if your friends were to visit the same planet that you had, you would have a different story to tell.
Yeah, so again, we have lots of different conditions going on here. Temperature, radiation, and atmosphere, as well as this is a new symbol on the bottom left. Also looks like maybe a different weapon. I'm not sure if we've seen this one before, but how many times are you going to come across deserted robotics lab? And then you go into deserted robotics lab and it's just stuffed with generic enemies. That is where my primary concern lies. And where I want to be... I want to be proven wrong. Yeah, there weren't. You're right, Grim. There were not in past Bethesda games. You didn't have a lot of go do X amount of things. There were some. They were there, of course, but it was supplemental to a lot of other great content. Yeah, these locations, as far as we know, are handcrafted and then just brought in. So that's good. Yeah, this is a new weapon we haven't seen before. Again, good design. And you do have, so interestingly, as much as this generation is capable of, I'm glad that we have this scene, because we do not have every single thing absolutely seamless. Confirming it here, that's just the case, which is not a problem, especially considering how fast these loading times are. Just watch. Boom, you're in. Did they possibly shorten this for the sake of the demo? Maybe. But I hesitate. I would be amazed if that was actually the case, because, again, SSDs are just so much faster. They can load all these things faster. It's the benefit of modern consoles and modern hardware. And because of their partnership with Xbox and Microsoft and the acquisition, it should totally be optimized for Series X and S to work that way. New enemy type, pirate freebooter, worth bringing up. I like that he stops, he drops his weapon, and actually starts trying to fix the problem. And then boom. So again, you get a really good look at this unique health system. What is going on? You have 187 damage and 909... Oh, because you have 2,000 rounds. I wonder if there's anything... If we could just go back a bit... Wow, that is a quick frame jump. Is there... Based on experiment data, our experiments resulted in something loads of something being something. The trial conducted with one of 2 rounds... I can't read that here. I tried. Nice. What was that? What did he have on his inventory? I like seeing this stuff. Pirate rating balanced pack. Cool. Calibrated maelstrom. Oh, and here we go. Look, 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 look. Looky here. So we saw before that there was we saw before that there was a system for diseases. We also have conditions. And conditions marked by this little purple pill bottle here. Soreness. So, your character can get... That's so fun. That's really fun. Wonder how many other people are going to spot that in their in-depth analysis videos. So, you guys all watching are getting the best value for your buck. And these we'll see later. These we'll see later. They're actually cryo barrels that explode and freeze enemies, which is cool. Interesting crate. Yeah. Incendiary calibrated deep mini 3 stars. So is there a return? Because we saw an item that had 1 star earlier. So is there a return to sort of the legendary system? And this is how they're doing it? Maybe. Vanadium, nutrients, isotopic coolants, heal paste. Is that what it's called? You have stim packs. You have... In Skyrim, it's just potions, and now you have heal paste. But yeah, you have conditions with soreness. And maybe legendary weapons with 3-star rarity. Oh, here we go. Incendiary calibrated deep mining space helmet legendary. Okay, so each of these likely relate to one of these. So the more stars that you get, the more you have. So technician, minus 15% damage from robot enemies. Great. Hacker, plus 2 max auto attempts. Incendiary, plus 10 chance to ignite nearby attackers. Cool. I like that. I like these types of things. They add a little bit of randomness to your gear. Not sure how a helmet is allowing you to ignite nearby attackers, but pretty cool. I guess maybe it has flames. Someone hits you and it just shoots fire out of it.
Completely up to you, how you want to interact with each planet. Whether you want to explore and see what you can find.
That's horrifying.
Harvest resources and be on your way. Or simply take in the views.
We have some points of interest that look down there. Again, the distant terrain where you could see all that stuff. We also have... interesting lift. So it seems as though I'm gonna go off on a limb and say that these keep changing color, don't they? So this is probably the severity of it. Orange, medium, red, bad. Because if we go a little bit later, here we have that pill. I think it's that pill that we saw before with soreness, but now it's red, indicating you're in bad shape. It's interesting though. The radiation is here. I'm gonna leave my mouse cursor there. But now water is here, and now radiation is here. So why do they move? Like, the radiation is here.
And be on your way.
But now it's up there. So why isn't the radiation just always in the same spot? Small UI thing, that's curious.
Or simply take in the views.
Amazing lighting as it pours and filters in over the mountains and reflects off the sand, and it's great. Goes through the dust that's flying by.
With the help of your scanner, you'll chart the uncharted and discover exotic wildlife.
If you have the skills, you can even figure out...
That's cool. You can see their health if you scan them properly. Again, we have this yellow bar here, I think means temporary health.
With certain creatures and plants, you can build an outpost and produce resources from those.
So you could get resources from them, as he's saying right now, if you scan them. Multiple points of interest. We know now that this is caves.
Plants and animals. You can get experience and rewards for fully...
If you're really into, so yeah, once you fully completed a planet, you can see 8 out of 8, 7 out of 7, 5 out of 5, and then you get to surveyed, and when you see the planet from space and you're looking at it from your map, then you know. People who are super heavy interested in the lore are going to probably really like all of the different wildlife that you can find, but for the sake of moving things along.
Surveying planets and fully surveying a whole system.
That's cool. I can't wait to see like the storm mods that people make.
When we were concepting,
I like this too. I really like this. Is a little detail. It's not attack. One, you have this small little tiny bug over here, but it's not attacking you. It's sending a warning, and the player's slowly backing away. And that was one thing that I really appreciated about in Skyrim, where some of the animals would just stay and wait, and they would see if you got too close, and then they would attack if you did get too close. So this one, instead of just standing there and like the wolves where they would maybe just growl or something, this one's actively making a active aggression towards you, which is neat.
When we were concepting these creatures,
I love it.
We really wanted to think of them as natural to the environment. We didn't want alien monsters. We wanted native wildlife. Something you've never seen before.
When it comes to our exteriors, when the sun moves, all that light is calculated in real time through the atmosphere. Our biggest goal for lighting with Starfield was to make the game feel more filmic, to use lighting and color to really make it feel more cinematic.
Yeah, so again, all the different colors that you get. And again, listen to them. I keep pointing it out, but the music as well. The music as well. I like in this shot, if you listen really closely, you can hear the different sounding footsteps. It kind of sounds as though they're going through this creature or another kind of geyser-like thing, but it sounds like they're walking through mud, so I'm curious about how many different footstep sounds they captured for each of the different planets. This Blackreach looking, I think it's called Blackreach, right? The Underdark location in Skyrim. Awesome. Again, this structure. This was kind of what I was alluding to before. That other structure was a destroyed version. This one's intact. So we got snow. Epic. For those who like photo mode, you're going to have a great time.
After some exploring, you can find a spot to set up a base camp.
On to outposts.
Outposts can be built almost anywhere on any planet. And the habitat modules come in all shapes and sizes, filling all different purposes. You can even live in them.
You can even, I like how he says that, you can even live in them. Well, I would certainly hope so. I'm the one building the outpost.
Crew and companions to work at your outpost for added bonuses and set up extractors to harvest resources while you're away.
Yeah, this is another thing where they just don't explain. They say hire crew and people to come and live at the outpost for added benefits. What added benefits? What do I get? You have this resource extractor that's fantastic. I'll use that and get some components, and that way I can craft my weapons and my gear a bit better. But what added benefits am I receiving? Like, why am I going to spend the time bringing crew to my outpost? You know, in Fallout 4, you got resources and such from it, but I will say, other than the fact that you could build your own settlement, if you like just building settlements and that's fun, that's great. I like settlement building in the system as far as anybody else. But definitively, this was a bit lackluster. And this did not excite me for building outposts. I don't understand the benefit to it, other than we've put it in our past games and we feel like we need to do it here because if we took it out, then people would be upset. You know, it's just... I don't know.
Something cool we have this time is we have a new fly cam where you can toggle between on-foot building, or you can
Yeah, this is all great that you can do all of these cameras in this top-down camera. I like that it's now module-based, so you have these individual structures. So someone like me who's an idiot and can't build for crap, and in Fallout 4 we have to put up individual walls to do every single thing to build a whole house. Now I just go, no, I'm gonna stick this habitat, and then I could spend the time decorating the inside, which is what I would prefer to do. So I like this system a lot for someone such as myself. But again, what is the benefit? And also, one thing that was not touched on at all that I have been begging for Bethesda to do that I thought was maybe possible was settlers. And if you do bring people to your outpost, they will expand it for you, that you did not have to be the one to do literally everything as far as building the outpost goes. I was really hoping that it would be the NPCs would help, they construct, and Sim Settlements, a mod for Fallout 4, was able to do that. I would want to see the same for this, and we didn't get any of that here. So, I don't know. That's not to say I'm disappointed in the outpost system. I'm not. I can't emphasize enough that I like the settlement building system that we've seen, and I like some of the improvements here. It just, I would like to see it pushed further and explained a bit more.
And what the overall feel of your outpost is. And then when you're on your feet, you can really decorate and fine-tune things much easier.
A big part of it too, just before I really truly move on, because you're almost done with outposts already, is you have your ship, and your ship is lived in, and I feel like that's going to be your home. And I'm going to customize it. I'm going to spend so much time customizing that I'm going to want to make that as perfect as possible versus the outpost, and I have to spend more time customizing the outpost. So I'm just going to live in the ship, which is more utility than a single outpost on a planet that's going to be light years away at points in the game to get back to. Will honestly be a bit of an inconvenience at times, I'm sure. So there you go. That's just, they needed to see more of it. That being said, this is all cool. I'm not disregarding that at all. This is all really cool. That is not the same purple flower. I said in the beginning that purple flower might be the same and they're growing it. That was different.
Add crafting and research stations in your outpost to utilize any resources you find or already have.
Mod your weapons to adapt them to your playstyle. Different weapon sights and scopes. Larger magazines.
Yeah, this is, they don't spend too much time here because we kind of already know this stuff. It's not too changed from past games.
Different ammunition like explosive rounds.
I do like that you can get the different white hot rounds, explosive rounds, and that's built into the magazine and the mods. I do like that though. Varun Robot Model S. Yes, I like friends like these. Eliminate the robots. Explore the basement. United Colonies mission status. I'm probably going to turn this off.
All you stealth players out there will surely need a suppressor. You can also choose to go hands-on with melee weapons.
Were there any details? You do have the sneak attack damage 2.1 times, and I'm sure that goes up if you level it. Physical damage. Okay, so you're gonna get. That's also physical.
Hands-on with melee weapons.
I think it's always.
I don't usually play melee builds, so I don't know if this is going to be massively improved from past games. Definitely looks better than Fallout 4, which I don't know what they did with the melee combat there, but.
Delicate balance between like what's realistic, what's sim, and what's Hollywood, and I think we sort of err on the side of like what's fun for the player.
This combat looks
Starfield,
great.
We've completely overhauled our combat. It's more dynamic, the animations are more fluid. It just feels great.
We probably have more mods and more weapons in this game than...
Yeah, there's so many. I could spend the time going through each of these. I'm not really necessarily going to, but I'll go through some of them quickly, I guess. So, the mods that are here, stuff, unique perks to the weapon, electromagnetic damage for this one in particular. So yeah, the variety of weapons is fantastic. That one seemed to have a unique perk there. Let's see. We go back.
There's a lot of variety.
Nope, wrong way. Just back a little bit. Back it up a little bit. That one had a unique little thing that I noticed, so I want to see what that might be. Volatile rounds that are designed to pack a bigger punch but aren't as stable and can fail on occasion. I like that. I like that.
I want to.
And that one said 30% damage against aliens. Okay.
I want to say any other game we've done before. There's a lot of variety.
Upgraded gear is just one of the many factors to pay attention to when engaging in combat. You may need to switch things up based on your environment.
Yep, that's good.
Gravity is different for each planet, and boost packs are excellent for getting around. And for giving you an edge in combat.
Animations all here look much better. It's interesting. This to me looks like a physical weapon, and yet it has kill enemies with a particle beam weapon that pops up. So I don't know if that's just a small little bugaboo, or if this actually is a beam weapon.
Sometimes you'll even feel like you're flying.
Exploding shotgun rounds. Why are they glowing
Zero
like that?
gravity environments pose a different challenge. Firing a ballistic weapon in zero-G will actually push you backwards.
Cool little detail.
Energy weapons, on the other hand, offer a more stable shooting experience.
We also have mag weapons. These are high-powered electromagnetic induction ballistic arrays. Each barrel has its own targeting laser and can dish out some serious damage.
Yeah, these look awesome. Look at how quickly it burns through ammo, though. So that was definitively a cryo mine. So we have incendiary mines, cryo mines. I'm curious what other type of mines we might come across.
Whether you want to get up close and personal with your own two fists, or you like more compact weapons like pistols and submachine guns, or maybe you prefer something...
Again, little details like the weapon firing actually happens. It doesn't just like pretend.
Bigger.
Hammer.
Starfield's got you covered.
The chamber actually moves. That looked... There was an interesting one in that menu there. I saw you. Pull that back. Oh, that... Okay, I saw this. I thought that was a rifle or something. It's just an axe. Okay. Yep, orange for headshots. I will say, people who play in third person, this looks... Hunting Twistfin looks terrifying. But again, it's surrounded by just nothingness, right? So I know I keep bringing this up, but it's just surrounded by nothing. You got this guy hanging out. What is the player doing here? What is he doing here? Besides hunting the Hunting Twistfin. But yeah, the third person combat looks really good. That creature was terrifying. Herding spider wasp grazer. Exploring, yeah, but exploring, what are they exploring? There was, I mean, maybe there was something behind, but it didn't look like there was anything to explore. Crits? Yeah, okay, so that's interesting. I don't think we've seen that actually before. So crit and how they're different from headshots. Oof, goodbye. Could be a mission, could be a mission. And there's the real mystery of Starfield. It's supposed to be this realistic sci-fi RPG that then has powers, and that absolutely blew everybody away. I don't think anybody looked at that and went... I don't think anybody looked at this scene and didn't go like, what? And their mind was absolutely and truly, utterly blown. Excited. I think this looks absolutely great. I think it looks absolutely amazing. So there you go, 4 hours of footage. If you sat through and got through this whole thing, then my heart goes out to you. I hope that you enjoyed or found things worthwhile. There's definitely stuff that I spotted that I don't know if people are going to pick on right away. So that's awesome. I hope you guys did enjoy. And as always, I hope to see you all next time. So long, everybody. There's so much to do.